Hello, hello, hello. Get out the way, man. I'm go in my head for a second to go help my grandma. Let's see if I can get somewhere. I'm not gonna be robbed. Okay. Let's go lock myself in the lodge for the time being. Hmm. Ah, stupid. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh my goodness gracious. 1 second. All right, sorry, I'm back. Whew. Okay. Okay. Ah. Hmm. Talking to the locals, he's so bored. Facts. Yeah, pretty much. This is Wade without Lucille. Yes, big bets. Big bets. Big bets. This one, getting rid of. Freaking dog, man. I have a problem. This is a problem. Wow, 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 wow. What shirt goes with this? I don't even know what vest this is. Any shirt? Any shirt at all? Any shirt go with this? No, didn't think so. Poor Ellis without Lucille. Bro, facts. Lady always ghosting him. Wow, 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 wow. Freaking eyes are still closed. Daggone it. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Possibly. Where's Boots? Oh boy. I could wake her up earlier in the day and send a screenshot. Bro, that's cruel. That is so cruel. I don't like this. The freak is that color, man? Cruel and unusual punishment. Facts, bro. It is. Just awful. Can't believe you even suggest such a thing. No. He only has one hat. Bro, you better not. I'm just kidding. I mean, obviously you can play whenever you want. There we go. That's it right there. That's the look. Log on, go knife fight a pack of wolves. I've heard that's a good strategy, honestly. What if he were to wear... I can't wait till the patch where I can freaking zoom in on things. What if he were to wear, like, wraps like this? Why not? Why not? Go with his typical coat. He always wears. Oh, nut sacks. The frick? Sorry, that was uncalled for. There's another $50 I didn't need to spend. Great. Valentine has made their way over here. Fantastic. Just what I wanted for Christmas. Oh, the joy. Howdy. Who the frick is that? Who is that? I don't know who that is. Oh, must be Clifford. Mr. Clifford. Oh my gosh. What the frick?
Patrol is done. I've filed it away, all sorted.
All right.
The boys, I think, I don't know when they're back, but they're done with their search and rescue too. Result on the tip.
All right. Bro, I need to overhaul Lucy's outfits.
Oh, prove the point. Yeah, I know, Piggy. Hold on a second. Pardon me, I gotta do something for science here. Shut the fuck up. All right, thank you.
Can
Anyway.
I just say how overjoyed I am that Valentine has made their way down here?
That's all I was thinking. That's all I was thinking.
Why are they down here?
I mean, they're washing themselves finally.
What's wrong with the Dakota? The Dakota River's right down the hill.
All right, it all leads the same way.
Yeah.
Oh, good luck. I'm heading off duty.
No.
Gonna go get much needed rest. I love you, Shackle, but God, I need a break from you. It's a problem when we smell the same, Shackle. All right, take care.
What do you think about this outfit? Yeah? Yeah? Nay? Yay? Yay? Nay? I can't use the freaking other high collar one because me and Murray are twins. What about the wraps? I don't know about the wraps. Maybe? Possibly? Come on, something happened. Come on, somebody get hurt. I mean, what? I didn't say that. What are you talking about? Kenny, person found, house. I was William Phoenix. Headed back to Strawberry. Twinsy. Nah. Oh my god, there's more of them. Oh, not this guy. Not the freaking wolf head guy. Oh my gosh. About to send a telegram to Law. There's a bunch of riff-raffers. Need more pomade. Maybe Ellis will pay for an outfit for Lucio. Her freaking ranger outfit I feel like is iconic though. Good luck being in town with them. Oh my god.
Anything, Lily?
Howdy.
Hello?
Howdy.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. You seen Lily?
No, I
Damn.
have not. What does she look like? I don't even know who that is.
Oh. Brown hair. Wearing a red shirt.
No, I haven't seen anybody like that.
Damn.
Nor do I want to. Pomade, that's what I'm getting. No. No, that's, shoot. What is her name?
Don't shoot that thing here again.
That's not Mama Christine. Mama Christine is freaking an old lady.
Lily?
Martina,
Oh, there you go. It's Martina.
come here.
Bert, don't you turn around.
Maple.
Everything good? You need me for something?
Yeah, why? Is there any way we could, keep Valentine from sleeping in Strawberry?
I wish.
Can
I
we
wish
put a?
that was
Can we
the
make a
case,
town
bud.
ordinance like this? Just keep them in
I wish it-
Valentine.
I wish I could, but I don't think there's much I can do on that front, bud.
Daggone it. Why am I over here? That's not where I want to be. Hair pomade. Generally, it was not pomade. I'm sure it could be used as pomade. Please don't let it be another quiet day. Oh no, I said it. Oh darn. Well, what are you gonna do? I would play guitar, but I don't want them coming over here. I don't need that nonsense. Didn't work yesterday. I know. We were on duty for like, what, 4 or 5 hours? And only got one tip. You see my savior, I'm going there. No more to roam. I know dark clouds will gather around me. I know my way of fencing.
They're walking over here too. We got
Daggone.
deaths of people on the edge of town. Ali.
Howdy.
Eric, keep your eyes open for a moment.
That's very insensitive to us with one eye.
Yeah, don't like that there's bathhouse folk walking into town. Also, hello, Wood.
Howdy. They've been here for like a good 10 minutes.
Yeah,
They're just being Valentine.
yeah, alright. Is that their wagon there?
I don't know, actually. I would assume so.
Uh-huh. I'm not worried about it. It's just something to keep an eye out. I'm not worried about it. Just let's keep our eyes open. Just in case.
Can't be running around now like a lunatic like that.
How are you gonna be on duty for a bit?
Or I suppose she can.
I'm about to put my head down for like an hour and then come back on. I think. Why?
Well, I was gonna. I know I just went on duty, but I was gonna go off duty real quick to go to Saint Denis.
That's fine, there's plenty of us.
There's plenty
Also,
of
hi,
them.
Wade.
Howdy. How are you?
I'm okay, how are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you, Wade. Not seen you for a while.
Yeah, 'cause we were just awake at different times.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I've been on duty for the. I don't even know the last time I had a day off, or I took a day. I can't say had a day off because I've been willingly going on duty.
Same.
More so
to
take
be
a day
honest.
off.
We've had recruit Therese around quite a few days, so
Yeah.
whilst it's a little quieter
I have
for
a
us
little-
earlier.
There's a little issue with her snow patrol that I need to put in her paperwork. Her available times don't line up with mine, so somebody else is going to have to do it.
Okay, so when you do your snow patrol, how far into the frontier do you go? Is it just up to the entrance to the glaciers?
Well, the thing is, for it to count as an official snow patrol, you have to be certified to do it by a senior or above. That's the only
Right.
thing.
I'm
I'll try to get
arranging to be on duty with her tomorrow, so I can have a chat with her tomorrow for you if you like. And
Yeah. You can.
see if we
yeah.
can get something arranged because she.
And it would have to be a senior above. Rockwell can do it, but I'm not sure if she'll. Maybe see if Rockwell can do it around her times.
I think she's got her stabilization set up. Rockwell said he's going to get the trial set up. Yeah, she's coming along really well. She's going to fit right in. But yeah, I'll have a little chat with her tomorrow when I see her and just say we will reach out to her.
If she's getting all
With
those
some
other
other dates.
things, checked off, then I don't think the snow patrol will hold her back from her green or the lack thereof. But so I mean, if that takes a little more time to schedule, then so be it.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
I just know I can't do it because I'm not around at those times.
Well, that's it. I know
Right.
Peter's been around at some weird and wonderful times, so no, I'm sure we can get something arranged for her. Right, I'm going to get rid of one of these horses because there's just so many.
There's a coyote around. Where is it?
I'm gonna put my head down for a little bit. I'll be back on later.
All right.
See you soon, Hal.
Yeah, see you soon. Miss
Have
you.
a good
I
nap.
think it's been a while. It's actually been a while for like everyone except for Wade.
Now,
I see you all the time.
unfortunately, you've
Too
seen my
much.
ugly mug too many times.
It's quite unfortunate.
You don't have an ugly butt, Wade. Don't let anyone.
I
tell
said
you you
mug, Pugs. I
I thought you
said
said
mug.
butt.
No.
Well, you don't have an ugly mug either. All right. You're a good-looking man.
no,
Don't
well,
lie to the man, Jesus.
if Lucille can put up with it, anybody can. She sees it the most.
Good point.
That is a very good point.
Solid point there.
I'm gonna run to Saint Denis. I'll be back.
Okay.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh. Put some jams on. Some jams. Corey, are you still in here? You want to know what I wanted to say as I was walking away from them? I was going to be like, because Pugsley thought I said butt when I said mug. And then Wade said, if Lucille can see it all day or whatever, then anybody can. I was going to say while I was walking away, I'll let you decide which thing I'm talking about. Would have been so funny, but Wade wouldn't have said that. Or I thought about saying, like, to both. Sarge, come on now. Oh, it's dead. Restore my soul, but I know and I die, my soul is down. That's gonna be great to listen to on the VOD where you can't even hear the music. Something happening while Lucy's still in bed. Oh, what to wait? Maybe. I mean, what's going to happen to Saint that he can't rob the bank there, so obviously he's not going to get kidnapped for that. I mean, maybe. His luck is significantly worse whenever she's not around. Road's dead. Oh god. Welcome to the stream, y'all. Alrighty. Let's see. I have no clue if what I'm looking for is here. Want to go to the markets. Thinking what I'm looking for is in the market. Baking, fresh produce. the one I'm looking for there. Hmm. Alright. It's fruit. I don't want fruit. Surely. Really? Hmm. It's Tanner. More fruit. I don't want that. Books. Alright, so what I'm looking for is not here. Surely there's a place in the city. Or... fresh produce. Dempsey's Tavern. Liquor. Clock watch. Oh, it's watch repairs. Cares works. Soup kitchen. Pills. Mineral waters, tobacco. And these oysters. Oh crap. Tackle. Discount store. Leather. Paints. Ranch, dry goods. What's this? Oh, it's hair. Furniture. Keys cut. Bookkeepers. Back later, possibly, if not log on later. Okay. Outfitters. Pharmacy. Watch repair. What is this? Artist material. Seafood. Gallery. It's a restaurant. Jeweler. Perfumes. Bookshop. Carpets. Chocolate and confection company. Musical instruments. Daggone! Bakery. there a greenhouse down here? Cemetery. Greenhouse. 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 Where? It's not a greenhouse. Yeah. Yeah, I just need a bouquet of roses, please. Alrighty.
Fun trip to Saint Denis?
Yeah. Took me forever to find what I was looking for.
What were you looking for, if you don't mind me asking?
Trying to find somewhere to buy flowers.
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm so freaking.
Oh, that's deuce. I better take this off. Oh. Did you find some nice flowers at least?
Yeah, I got a dozen roses.
Oh, wow. You really treating her, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You doing something nice, or is it just any special occasion, or
Nope.
you just buying some roses?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You ain't bought a ring whilst you're over there or anything, have you?
We're already engaged.
Wait, what? When?
I don't know. A few weeks ago.
How did I miss this?
We didn't just come out and be like, hey, everybody, we're engaged.
Oh, well, congratulations.
You're welcome. Or, what? Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. I tried my best. No, I'm happy for you, though. I'm happy for you, Wade.
Appreciate it. This has been real and active today.
No, it's been a little bit of the key word so far. I just don't like saying it. I don't want to curse it. Hello, Deuce.
Deuce?
Howdy, Deuce.
He saw you with the panther head. That's what happened.
Yeah,
He doesn't
I,
want to talk to you now.
Whenever you have a
I know.
minute, Deuce, I'd love to speak to you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Right, just going to fill up my canteen up.
Alrighty, I am going to take this time to.
No, you're not allowed.
What? To go to bed? I want to go off duty.
Tough luck.
I've already taken myself off duty off the clipboard.
It's not hard to put yourself back on duty.
Yeah.
Watch,
but,
Silas is going to join you now too.
What's that?
Going off duty.
Oh no, I am up to my eyes in coffee, so you're stuck with me for a bit.
Oh, it's just Pugsley quitting on us.
I'm not quitting on anyone. Don't put it like that.
I didn't stay on duty.
Yep.
Wade, where have you started teasing me for, Wade? You never do this.
I don't know.
I thought we
Just
were
in the
friends.
mood.
I thought we were friends.
Get out of here. Go to bed.
Oh, hey, that was.
Aw.
What are you
hey,
still
that was
standing
mean.
here for? You said you wanted to go to bed, so go to bed.
I'm going to bed.
Bye.
Have a good night, everybody.
Bye, Willie. Good to see you.
But you know
Rest
what, Ellis?
well.
You know what, Ellis? You have the greatest night, alright? You have the greatest night, okay? I wish nothing but a quiet night for you. So quiet that nothing happens at all.
Yes, very quiet.
Yeah. Alright? Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Sleep
Bye,
well.
Deuce.
Throwing around the Q word when you go off duty.
Shh, he did, right? Oh, yeah, please.
You didn't pick up the tobacco I put in that crate, did you, by any chance, Wade?
No.
Oh, bloody hell, it's gone. I had no room, and I put some in there hoping that you would see it.
No. I don't check that box out too often.
Yeah, I know you enjoy your pipe.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, that didn't stay.
Having it?
Not a great deal. It's a random thing to drop in there.
Really is.
I'll take a quick bath. I'll be right back.
Alright. Someone left a pair of binoculars in here? What the world?
Wow, someone's flush with money. Yeah, we had a novelty earlier, north of Roanoke, which was actually a cliff fall rather than cougars.
Northern Road. Oh, okay. Some reason Roanoke wasn't clicking with me where that was.
Yeah, not far from just. The black bear out there give his horse one hell of a fright. Yeah, I didn't want to say too much in front of Phoenix earlier. I didn't want to sound like out of place, but can't see Therese being in the grey much longer.
What?
She is coming along so well. She's going to be a real asset to the Corps.
I mean, some people have more drive than others.
Yeah, her knowledge of some of the areas. Because we've been going out on patrols and I've been setting little tasks whilst we're on them of going Roanoke, pick 2 herbs for me. Out in Lemoyne, and she's showing initiative that I want to go out on patrols and I want to do patrols in these particular areas. And no, she's impressed me. She really has.
Let me guess, we're talking about Therese?
We are.
Somehow I just knew that.
Showing
I don't
a
know.
lot
I
of
don't
good
know what it
potential.
is with Phoenix, but I just don't. He's been in the program for so long, yet I still don't feel like I can trust him on a search and rescue by himself.
No, Roanoke today we had to do 2 bush calls to find him. Keeps wandering off. In
Did
that
you read,
area, you do not want to be wandering off.
Yeah. Hi.
Hey there.
I'm thinking
All cleaned up.
for times like this, I want to start just a little side project of going through all the areas and making new animal den maps for him. 1, just to familiarize myself with the animal dens better, and 2, because of the ones we have in our filing cabinet I feel like they're missing some.
Yeah, it was something that Rodney and I were going to try and do something with as well, but
I mean, by all means.
Yeah, but I think it's something collectively we could.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get a few people and just take certain areas, there's buzz.
Yeah, because we looked at
I mean, there's
that, and then we looked at the size of the crossing and doing it. It's probably a project that we would be doing for months on end.
Yeah, well, let's write it up. Us 3 can do it.
I thought you all heard me when I said hello. I said howdy, but you all might have been past me by then. I was trying to make sure I didn't collide with none of you.
We shouted hello.
We saw you.
But
see, you've made a new friend as well.
Yep. That I don't talk much during prisoner transports. I was escorting Sheriff Sand to Blackwater.
How's he doing? He didn't look too steady on his feet.
Yeah, he's got a shot to the thigh, but he's having the medics take another look at it. Make sure there ain't no infection or nothing.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we saw Dr. Margot. He was on his way down to Saint Denis, but looked quite busy around the tent, so I think there were other people there.
That's good. How much money you got, Phoenix?
Just right now 12.
Right now, tough?
12.
Well, why don't you take this cougar, go bring it to the butcher and cook up the meat. Get $2 a piece for him if it's cooked, you know.
Yeah, thanks, but no, I'm all good. I just.
I always make sure I cook the cougar meat up.
I
Throw money away if you don't.
Bank.
You don't want no free money?
Oh, it's all good, thanks.
Any of y'all?
Shoot, I'll take free money, daggone.
Yes. I've just done a transfer from my storage to my bank, so I'm.
Any of y'all want it before I take it?
No, you take it.
Go
Work
ahead.
away.
Daggone. Shoot, free money. You kidding me?
Yeah. Free money.
Hey, Buzz. Also got some stuff on the horse racing event that I can talk to you about.
Oh, great. Yeah, there's been one thing.
Oops. Daggone. There it goes.
Management. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to collect my thoughts for a few minutes. Won't be long.
Okay.
How you doing, Phoenix?
Hmm?
I said, how you doing?
All good. What about you?
I'm well. How do you feel like your training's going?
Very well. I mean, I like it. I learn a lot.
Anything you still think you need work on?
Well, yeah, maybe I should work on my call-outs. Yeah, I was told that I'm a bit too quiet, or that I'm mumbling, and yeah, well, getting to places without using the map.
Hmm.
Well, knowing the crossing.
Hey, Silas. Come here for a second. I'm thinking either tonight after I talk with Buzz or I'm kind of waiting for Lucille to wake up. I want to take her out, but if she's not around in a bit after I finish my conversation with Buzz, or you or anybody else can do it. Doesn't have to be today. I want to see. I think we should do a mock search and rescue with Phoenix and have him lead it. Completely lead it. By that I mean anybody who's riding with them, they're not going to do a thing unless he tells them to.
Yeah, I like that idea.
It's going to give us a good look to see how he leads. Nobody holding his hand.
'Cause I have got concerns on that, so it would be very good to see.
Mm-hmm. Maybe not tonight, but if you're ever out with them or something like that.
Yep, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. I don't think he's ready for it, but I want to see where he's at.
His mind seems to wander, and he's just out on the search and rescue. He's not very vocal. He
doesn't seem driven, right? Not passionate about it.
He's just seems to be there just for the sake of it.
And then his feedback, I don't remember who wrote it. It might have been Arden, about how he said he wanted to do law first, and then he didn't get accepted, so he joined the Rangers, the recruit program.
Right.
But still wants to be law eventually. I mean, I applied for law first as well, but once I became a Ranger, I put my own to it, and I still do. But
yeah, I think that's a great idea because it just seems to be a lack of interest when we're out there doing a search. When we went to Roanoke, we started off up at the lab, so perfect opportunity. Give me a wellness check, please, Phoenix, because that cougar can go inside the building if someone's trying to run away from it.
Mm-hmm.
And there was just no urgency in it. It was just, right, well, if we've got to do it, we'll do it type thing, just to cross it off the list. And this, well, it is a live search and rescue. It's pretty damn important that someone could be in there. So,
right.
And the Roanoke ones can take some time. We knew as soon as we checked the known cougar dens, right, cliff face time. So this could turn into a long search. And it was like a sigh as if to say, oh, right, fair enough then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, seeing him lead one from scratch, making every call would be interesting.
Yep.
Doesn't necessarily have to be the hardest search. It's more of how you conduct yourself.
I did one mock search and rescue with him. It was me, him, and Lucille, and we did Far Eastern Grizzlies.
Mm-hmm.
And he, according to Lucille, he did not want to leave the O'Crae's area. Like, he was just sure it was there. But he didn't know a lot of the animal dens around there.
Right.
I mean,
well, that could be handy. It's what I'll do.
Well, I mean, granted, I don't know all the animal dens, but I know what animals to expect. You know.
Yeah, what I'll actually do is I'll speak with Rodney tomorrow. We're usually around the same time, so we could do something up Amberino way. A few of the wolf dens, could even hang out at the witch's hut where there's a known cougar den.
Right.
They're dead for long enough, it'll leave you alone. So yeah, we could get someone to head up that way. Arden's usually on around the same time, so if there's me, Arden and Rodney, we can
Join us if you'd be.
send one of those 3 up there.
Uh-oh.
And
Buzz just asked for Phoenix to join him.
hopefully that's to join us, so you're not stood there on your own. But yeah, I'll give Arden and Rodney a shout on that tomorrow. If Phoenix is around,
Right.
we'll look to do it, and I can feed that. I'll do the paperwork, but I'll feed back to you verbally, separately, let you know, because I don't really.
I don't
put anything in paperwork
get-
for all to see, but
I don't. No, I mean, if it's criticism, it needs to be in there. But also, don't forget to put anything he did well on.
oh yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I don't care what Rocco says. You need to
I
add,
know.
You need to add good things as well.
Well, that was it with the recruit feedback I was giving for Therese. The only thing that was the room for improvement is what has already been highlighted by Rockwell, which is the knowledge of the crossing. And that's one of those things that you can't just write.
No.
Here's your
We would
book.
have
Here's your thing.
Recruits would be in the grave for so long if we expected them to know the whole crossing like the back of their hand before getting their green.
Yeah. We know that is the last thing to learn, because you learn it when you're out there.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're safe,
That's one of those
competent,
things
and
you
you
learn
know
by
what you're doing. Yeah, that's a simple fact. You can't teach it as such. You learn it when you're actually out there on the job. So yeah, the good thing is, yeah, I'll reach out on that tomorrow. I'll do the feed. Well, if we can get it done, if he's around, I'll get everything put on the paperwork. But I'll give you a shout as well, because obviously we both got this exact same concerns. Because he's been in the grave for quite some time now as well.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't seem to be.
I don't see a whole lot
making
of
any improvement.
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of improvement from 2 weeks ago. I mean, I don't know. And that's just me throwing a random number out.
Yeah, and there's the general thing as well that when he gets that green, he's expected to lead the new recruits and take them through. I wouldn't have a great deal of confidence in that, to be honest with you, Wade.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we've definitely got the same concerns on that one. So hopefully it's around tomorrow, because I know that Rodney and Therese said that they will be around. So if they are, we can try and get that done sooner rather than later.
Right.
Well, yeah, I'll have another catch up with you and see how it went.
I mean, be tough whenever you're out there. Like, if he doesn't call a turn, don't make that turn.
Yeah. What I may do is have a little ride out with Therese, get her somewhere safe so I know where she is. So Rodney and I can completely observe it, or if Arden's around, just make sure that I am part of that search so I can really critique it.
I'm not sure if I like a recruit being out there.
Yeah, I've just thought that. Yeah, I think if we can get Arden or Rodney to do that, yeah, just had a and yeah,
I
we'll
wouldn't
see how
say
it goes.
someplace hard, but not someplace obvious.
No, I've got a couple of ideas up in Amberino because one, if we're in Strawberry, he's got to get himself up there first. So his navigation from here up to in and around the Amberino area will be a good test.
Right.
And yeah, we won't make it ridiculously hard in the area, but certainly give him a challenge.
Yeah.
En route as well, there's going to be plenty of wildlife to contend with, so see how
Lay
that
down.
works as well.
Yeah. All right.
I like that idea, Wade. I'll keep you updated on how that goes.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Sounds good.
This cider is sweet. Beer is bitter. Well, that you're turning a beer into a cider, which ain't a bad thing. A biter is what you're drinking.
A biter.
There used to be a casino in Blackwater, but
Oh, yeah?
there were too many shady dealings happening in there, and so they closed it down.
Where
Was
does one go to
almost-
play poker? I just play for fun with my brothers. I never gambled, but does anyone play poker around here at all?
They
Way in
got,
Blackwater.
Just for fun as well.
oh yeah, down
I
on the
don't like to
bottom
gamble.
floor. Down on the bottom floor is poker. Upstairs is blackjack.
Blackjack.
And blackjack. They got they got poker in Valentine too, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
They do.
They got,
Yeah, nobody likes
craps
Valentine,
on the.
But you have to go to
casino.
Valentine.
Oh, the Caribbean.
You know, it's like when you're like, it doesn't matter how clean you or your horse is. Once, like, if you're coming from across the bridge, like over from Strawberry or whatever, as soon as you take that left turn up towards Valentine, where the butcher is, just instantly your horse is just covered in schmud.
Mm-hmm.
What do you expect? It's a cattle town.
Yeah, but it's something about that left turn that just, I don't know.
The bathhouse crew was here earlier, and Maple. No, they were just here meandering around. And Maple went into the telegram office, so I followed behind him. And I asked him if there was any way we can keep Valentine people in Valentine, and he said no. So bad news on that front.
It's worth a try.
They're allowed to be here, no? I mean, not that I'd like to see them.
I would say yes if they
Well,
didn't. I
Sheriff
would.
ain't paying them.
Yeah, I would say yes if they didn't kidnap a recruit.
I was
one
I
time.
was gonna say, coming from someone who was in fact kidnapped by a lot of them in Strawberry, I would hate for people to be limited in where they can or cannot go unless they. Oh God, I'm hearing myself. You know what? I take
Thankfully,
that
they were
back.
in their civilian clothes rather than work clothes, so clock them straight away.
Mama Christine was
It
wearing
would
a
have
bucket
been-
on her head.
Speaking of, I saw her the other day riding out of Valentine. We need to I need.
I already took care of it.
Okay, I was gonna say somebody needs to update that paperwork. She's not missing.
Yeah,
that
they
was
found her up in the
stupid.
tunnels.
Mm.
Taking a shortcut that turned out not too short for her.
I'm just quickly gonna check.
Buzz, did you want to talk about the horse race?
Yeah, let's do that right quick.
Horse race.
So, Lucio and I went out to the track yesterday, and kind of looked for different vantage points. And here I got an updated map here for you with no campfires and less rangers. The idea is that each dot is 2 rangers now, not 1.
I like that. What we're trying to instill is kind of the idea of that everyone enjoys the event, not just the people attending, so that at least the rangers got someone to talk to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm liking it already.
Let's see. Where did I put it? Oh wait, hold on.
No pressure. No pressure. You're fine. You're fine.
Hold on. That gun stuff. There we are. I also have written down the. I'll have to pull up the paperwork for it, but I have written down prices for the gun customizations. Or the weapon customizations, I guess.
Whenever this happens, I know you'll be running it, and make sure I'd like to try to be there so that if something happens, I'd be able to help you with it. I don't want you just feeling like it's, you know, your own thing. And then just being ready to adapt in case like not enough rangers show up. You might have to consolidate another place or two, but right now this is looking good.
Right. If I do where I'm going to have an hour or so before and after the actual race for people to come and chat with rangers and get
Just
their
out of
horse serviced and
curiosity,
things like
if you
that,
were to go from
I'll
Milton
get a
to
good feeling of how many
Taxsburg,
rangers are going to be there. So hopefully
would
within
you
that
take the railroad
hour
path
prior
or
to
the
the
road
race, I'll
path,
be able to
and
reach out to
why?
somebody, maybe get some more help. I would like a
Absolutely.
few, ideally I would like a few law, or maybe even Bluestone, but I haven't even seen a whole lot of Bluestone since Callahan's not been with them.
Agreed. Yeah. Oh, that would be a great help to have some law there.
Just in case there's a threat, something can actively pursue it and not just be on the defensive of it. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, I would almost want to bring like a crate or two in case people try to do something. You just get an empty crate. We keep it. We keep them somewhere else. I think from here, you'd probably want to start seeing what date works for you and what time, and then actually let all the rangers know to sign up for it. But you'd want to give time for at least getting something in the paper, maybe putting a few flyers up in places that you can stick a couple rangers on that have, you know, extra thumbtacks and all that for the week, and then it's go day. Because the biggest thing, while it's going to be a great event, if people don't know about it being a great event,
Right.
so now we got to market it, and any costs that come from that, I can easily, because it'll be an ad in the paper, things like that. I can cover whatever's needed, and then work on customizing the weapons and all that.
Let me pull up the paperwork and I'll give you a price. Surprisingly, well, kind of not surprisingly, but the customizations for the skill field is what's most expensive.
Oh well, won't
Yeah,
break
the
old Buxton's bank.
And then still not used to the projects being in the master information. Oh, where is it? Alright. So the Lancaster, from what I did with it, was $597. That's if we don't get any imports of new stocks and stuff for the wood, new collars for it. Skillfield is $840, and then the hunting knife is $250. So the total for all of that would be $1,687.
And then any other miscellaneous supplies that we're going to put in there.
Yeah. Yeah, the total for. I'll actually. That's a good point. I'll actually bring up. I'll write down all the prices, the total price for everything.
Because there could be some. I'd have to look at the prizes again, but even if we did something like a tackle box with one of the strong baits or something like that for the winter. Just the world is your oyster, and I will fund it. Well, the Rangers will fund it.
Howdy.
Yeah. I'll. Yeah. There's I could probably take kindling now. Oh, you're fine. Wait, is he talking to us? I don't even know. I have the paperwork pulled up. Oh, he's over
I
there.
don't think so.
He's just loud.
Yep.
Yeah, I have kindling put down, but I think that comes with the campfire kit, so I can take that out easy.
Yeah, I would just make it be a campfire kit.
Yeah. All right.
If you wanted to put a prize of a deck of cards, I know I have at least 3. I think I have at least 2 tarot card decks and at least a couple of playing cards. Or if not, we can always go out and get them a few days before. Just pick cards everywhere.
Right. We could do that. Yeah, I think it's getting close to being
I checked when I woke up.
everything
but I
being
didn't see anything.
prepared.
can give it a look.
I am going to want to, once I get a list of who all is going to be helping, if I can somehow get that. What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. I want to take them out and show them all the individual spots that they'll be watching.
Absolutely.
I try to pick spots where they could see a good distance. The only thing is, actually, Lucille had an idea of once the racers pass, it's almost like a mini like relay race for the actual rangers. Like once the racers pass them, they'll follow behind them up until the next set of rangers, and then that group will follow behind them just to monitor them, make sure they're not cheating, make sure they're not getting hurt.
I was gonna say the Q.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
So that might be a good idea. At least until you get to Pike's Base, and then I have some that are on the cliff, so that won't really work. But
And you have it still tournament style, right? 4 riders.
Right,
Like
yeah.
4 matches of 4 riders, and then gets whittled down to, 2 matches of 4 riders, then 1 match of just 4 riders. That kind of thing.
Well, yeah, it's 4 matches of 4 riders, and then the winner of those 4 matches, each winner of each of those matches will compete in one last race to see who's the winner of the whole thing.
All right.
So it'd be a total of 5 races, and the courses, I'd have to time it again. I need to time it with one of my fox trotters, like an actual racehorse, instead of my Hungarian to get an accurate time. But
All right. When do you think you would envision the event happening? I guess what's standing in your way?
I just want to have as much information. Like I just want to have as much stuff planned out as I can. But I think it's almost there. I would say, whenever I decide that it's ready, I might give myself a month maybe just to make sure all the ads set to be in the paper, and it gives people plenty of time to see it and to hear about it.
On the job.
What do you think about 2 weeks instead? A month could be maybe a little too long.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. Like whenever I feel like it's ready to go, give 2 weeks advance.
Uh-huh.
All right, yeah, I can do that.
Because it would be 2 weeks to publicize. We would have a week to scout it again if needed, and then the week of is when we make sure we have everything in place. I probably wouldn't assemble all the prizes and stuff until a day or 2 before, because then it's just something that could easily disappear.
Yeah.
Even if I need to do all of it not before, I got no issue with that. So.
And like I've said before, we'll keep all the prizes here or somewhere else.
Absolutely.
Or actually, we could keep it in our new Austin Tower. No wait, it might fall through the floor there.
You gotta cherish those.
What we could do is actually talk to Law and see if we could house it in their office.
Why would you put maple syrup
In Blackwater?
there, though?
Yeah, I would want to make sure we actually have Law present, that are going to be present for it first, so we're not trying to track a lawman down to unlock their office.
Yep.
Yeah,
But we would,
'cause I just know
so-
I just know this lodge has no room for
It doesn't,
any
yeah.
more boxes.
Yep.
And I don't want to leave it even hidden. I don't want to leave it out in the open.
Well, then I would say the day before the race is when we would assemble the boxes. We would talk to Law and put them in Blackwater overnight, and then they'd sit there during the race and all that. When people win, they come. Oh wait, so if there's only going to be one winner,
Well, there's going to be a first,
There's-
second, and third.
right?
But there's
Okay.
one winner. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So after that,
That's
I would say maybe during the second, if we do a second hour, that people can come and just hang out with us.
I don't get what that's
Somebody, like a couple of us, maybe you, and me will bring those three people here with
Just kidding,
the
I'm not going anywhere.
with the deputy or whatever, and get them their prizes.
It's not
Ooh,
that
they might have.
bad, is
You're
it?
right. They might have more room here. Or if we needed to split it up, where two is in one
Phoenix,
law office and the others
Very, very,
in
very
another one,
important question.
just as long as they're
Who's the
secure,
boss there?
I think they'd be able to help with that.
Do you think?
Yeah, I mean that Blackwater office I think is a decent size, but I know they have their own storage as well.
They do, yeah. We could talk to them.
Yeah,
I'm sure
we
they'd
could figure it out.
be very open to it.
Yeah, we could figure it out. Honestly, no, I don't. I was gonna say San Denis office is the biggest one, but I don't want to travel all the way down there.
Agreed, yeah.
Apologies for the intrusion. I'm gonna take Coulter out on this snow patrol, get him more familiar up there.
Alright.
Then I'm probably gonna put him up for promotion.
Everybody has an axe.
Like some sort of
All
some
right.
sort of small one.
Are other people going with you?
Hey, I'm gonna get as many people as I can so they can fully learn the route, and if they're comfortable with it,
Yeah.
then I don't see an issue with having them lead one in the future,
Perfect.
or whoever wants to come along by all means.
I'll hang back and watch the tip line. Because I know those three. I'm already certified to do it, so I know those three could use the spot to
Where are you actually?
get more
Yes, sir.
familiar.
Ain't no certification anymore. Won't be talking about a lot of this shit.
I was gonna guess Canada.
I'm setting it all straight. Speaking of which,
Yeah, that's what
you need to have a look.
I feel like I already
You need to get your name down on some of them dates.
Uh huh.
Saskatoon.
Will do.
All right. Anything else you need of me?
Not that I can think of right now.
This is what happens when I stay up.
Just be safe.
I'll try my best, Buzz.
No, I'm good for now. Good journey.
Try our absolute best. I reckon it will be a good one.
So I guess are y'all gonna do away with the shadow program?
Something I think we need to have discussed, yeah. I don't know what everyone else, what their minds are of it. So,
I mean, I could tell you my opinion if you care to hear it.
always.
I'm sure you've been told, but I pulled myself out of the shadow program.
Just Ellis?
Because I felt like I was constantly feeling like I needed to go. I don't know how to word this.
Silas?
Constantly having to like prove myself, I guess, and I feel like my
Silas,
day
you
to day
coming along on the snow patrol?
rangering should be what should be observed, not me going around acting like I'm a senior above or starting to have that attitude. I noticed it with a couple rangers who were gunning for senior, that they started, I don't know, giving opinions in places that they didn't need to give them, I guess. Does that make
I
sense?
can understand that.
Yeah.
I can understand that entirely.
It just
A lot of times, if especially like if you're going to go lead a snow patrol, and in the image of wanting to become a senior, if you're leading it, not necessarily, ain't nobody there to watch you lead it to actually say yes, promote them. So it is kind of it's difficult.
Yeah, I just felt like it turned into a whole checklist of things that we needed to do to prove it. And I felt like I feel like you should be observed day to day, and your day to day interactions with other rangers, recruits, and just the amount of effort you put into rangering should be what's judged, not going out and getting all kinds of certifications and following other seniors around and watch what they're doing kind of thing.
That's really fair.
Yeah. That's why I kind of jumped out. I felt like what I enjoy doing is going out and searching for people and helping train recruits and things like that. And I felt like it was, with me being in the shadow program, I felt like it was just a lot of pressure, and it just became more like a task than it was actually enjoying it. So
Understood.
that's why I decided to drop out of the program, and then I'm not opposed to to a promotion, but I want it to be something that my actions day to day is what's judged, not me going around trying to impress y'all, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
But that is my thought on the program. I just feel like it kind of, I don't know. It's it can turn into a competition who gets what first. I don't know.
That's the thing. There was a time when the tip line was first installed that there were a couple rangers that were keeping count of who they found.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was a competition, or that they were better than others, or people weren't as good as them. And that is certainly what we try to eliminate. This should be everyone working together to save a person's life, not a numbers thing. I'm trying to think what I was going to say. The whole aspect of when I implemented the special projects was to see if someone could come up with something from scratch, see it all the way through to execution, and that usually puts people in a very good position to be considered for senior. And so I'm thinking I'm not putting pressure on you or nothing based on this event or anything, but it goes to show that people can actually generate something for others.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
Right.
special projects are still a good job for that. I know we weren't able to work with medics all that much on that snake thing, which that's something we can. That ain't a failing of yours neither.
No.
Promise me that, and I'm telling you, that was not a failing of yours. That was a matter of we got everything we needed to ready for the medics, and then they never bit.
Yeah, that's why I stopped working on it, because I could go out all day and mark more locations for snakes, but it's not going to change the fact that no medics picked up on it. So it'd just be a waste of time and what I could be here watching the tip line or something like that.
I have heard there are going to be some state allocated funds going towards building up Armadillo some in the coming months. And with that many people out in the desert, that would be something eventually we'd want to revisit with a medic that would be interested in it, compared to because it's gotta go both ways, Like we could be so excited about it, but if we need the medics to actually help extract the venom and store the venom here under the falls there, right up the road, that kind of thing, to keep them cold, or at least keep them from what's that coagulated. Whatever that. Yeah.
I think that's from it getting not. What does it mean? I don't even know. I didn't go to school.
Like when it goes from like water to solid.
Yeah,
kinda.
yeah.
But
yeah,
but
that's
eventually
why
I think something will come of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of stopped with that and just moved on to this one.
But that might be something down the road. If you become senior, you might be able to find a ranger that is looking for something, and you pitch it to them and say, "Let's work on this together." That kind of thing. So.
Yeah.
But I do really like like the map and everything. I like all the planning, and so, as I said before, great job so far, and we're real close.
Yeah, I'm going to get more details. I just don't want to get to time of the event and there being a question that I don't know the answer to, of something that should have been planned but wasn't, that was left over. So I'm just trying to think of things that just need to be written out.
Perfect. Even meeting with Law and just saying, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing this event. What would it take to get 3 Law there?" And say how long the event will most likely be, where it would be, and then asking about the crates, if we could put them in somewhere the night before.
Right. Oh, do I need to go through the Law Liaison? Who, I don't know who that is.
That would be. There ain't an official person, but you could probably want to talk to Sheriff Sand, maybe.
All right.
I know he's recovering, but
yeah, I'll give it a bit and wait for him to recover. Did you hear that I got that elephant rifle?
no, congratulations.
Yeah.
Have you gone out and shot it yet?
I have. I'm thinking.
Did you crouch when you did it?
No, I had stitches in my leg at the time, so I didn't want to tear those open.
For the best.
Yeah, another a good old grizzly attack in Big Valley. That was great. But I did go out and shoot. I'm thinking next camp out we have, I might bring it and let everybody just have fun with it. Whenever if we have another camp out.
I know Hellman was thinking of implementing something once a week. She'd go to different places, and I don't know how much of a camp out it would be, but it would be just a chance for
yeah. From what it
people
sounds
to
like,
talk
it's
and
like
things.
a yeah. I think from what it sounds like in the paperwork, it's it just sounds like kind of like going over findings and things.
That, but also a place where people can just talk if they
Right.
have issues.
Right.
And I've tried to make a pledge that I'd be there at least once every 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So if people ever had something that they need to talk to me about, be like my open office hours or something, open door hours.
Yeah. Did you see something that Tibbet put? It was a few days back about responding to tips before filling out the paperwork. I just want to. Have you seen that?
I want to say I have. Was it mostly
It was in the general news.
respond to the tip first, then do the paperwork, or is she
Yes.
wanting you to do the paperwork first, then respond to the tip?
No, she said. She said that she wanted people to respond to the tip and then fill out the paperwork because there's been times she's responded and then went to fill out the paperwork and somebody's already in the process of filling it out. And she didn't
I
know
would
that
say,
because
yeah.
they weren't responding. But Sasha took that as like going out and doing the search and then coming back and filling out the paperwork, which I just want to clarify. This is not the purpose. Was not what she was saying, right? I can't
Oh,
imagine.
no.
I was gonna say I can't imagine going out and doing the search before the paperwork.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Which I mean, it's not.
It's just kind of a step by step instead of the option of filling out the paperwork, then responding to the tip. It's always respond to the tip, then start doing the paperwork, then go out on the search, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Which sometimes when folk get fresh in the green and come around, they might not know, they might not remember. So,
right.
Just I think a gentle nudge and a reminder.
Right. Don't get on Sasha about that. I think it's just a genuine misunderstanding of what the general news said.
Please use the air host before we go. I'll be very quick.
But all right, I won't take up any more of your time.
No, ain't no one taking up my time. It's if it's constructive discussion about ranger things, it's necessary time is what it is. But you keep up the good work, huh?
Yeah, I try. They're going
How's
out,
the
I
seal
guess.
been?
Oh, she's
Are they better not be waiting for me.
No, I don't think so.
You ain't waiting for me, is you?
No.
Oh.
No,
Oh,
they're
thank
doing
goodness,
they're doing a snow patrol.
Oh, all right. Ooh, I was about to feel terribly guilty.
No, it's all good.
Oh, so we got the two of you here, man in the tip line.
Yeah, we'll man the tip line. I've told them, obviously, with the Deuce situation, if they need anything at all, report in and we can pick that up pretty damn quickly.
What do situation?
Well, he's still got his stitches and everything, hasn't he? I assume. Is he completely 100%?
I guess that's up to him. But,
Well, yeah, but I just
medics didn't tell me nothing. Well, they dashed him
right.
up again yesterday. Most of the time, it's at the ranger's discretion. But
yeah, I know Deuce wouldn't go out if he didn't feel it. So just to keep an eye out if they need anything.
absolutely. Alice, what would be a ranger event? Like something that only the rangers could put on in the crossing?
Oh.
Okay, I'm good.
Because Ellis already has a great one. That's a horse race around McFarland and the general area around
ahead
there,
with,
which will be
uh,
fun.
Tell,
And the prizes are going to
please.
be more ranger centric,
Guys?
which will be kind of fun.
Right. We're good.
Oh.
Stay safe out there.
Oh, was she
That is
talking?
a
I didn't know she was talking to
real-
us.
Oh no, but she was having a good shout. Wow, that's a good question.
I have this other idea in my head, and it would almost be like we'd have to come up with a good name, but it would be kind of like taking ideas from like I don't know, history or myth, and doing something like there was that Emperor Montezuma or whatever a long time ago, like had cities of gold. And so what if we got pickaxes and dipped them in gold, and we left clues all around the crossing as notes. And once people got to the place, like once they found it, they was able to take, like, so Montezuma, in order to build these cities of gold, he entrusted it to 7 of his miners that had these 7 pickaxes that were encased in gold that could only find gold or whatever the hell, whatever the hell we make up. But sending them all around different places to find these notes, and then finally they get to they find a crate somewhere.
Yeah, I was just about to say something around a lot of the points of interest in the crossing.
Yep, a lot of ones that people don't know exactly where they are, but this would force them to find them. And then from there,
a little scavenger hunt as such.
And each of the pickaxes would be worth $500, and then they bring it back to the Rangers.
Right.
And they take it, and we give them the $500. But it would have to be honor system. We'd have to make sure that somebody just go get it, get one, then come back to us a day later, say, "Oh, I'm a new person. I'm a different person from yesterday."
Yeah, we'd need to know exact location of where they found it. We could even leave a note with it that they need to bring back with it as well.
So are you going to have multiple pickaxes or just one?
I was going to say it would be 7 pickaxes in one crate. And so we would, like, if somebody came to us and brought 2 pickaxes, it'd be like, no, we'd take one and give them the 500, but then we take the second one and have to go put it back.
Right. So they could only take one.
And that would be laid out, I guess, in the rules, but it would be something. It'd be something for people to get excited about. I don't know. That, or we'd do Cupid's arrow or something, and
I think
like
a lot of people would jump at the chance of a.
And the rule for the Cupid's arrow one is that only couples could do it.
Oh well, yeah, like that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of couples in the crossing that would love to do that. You could also have you might be able to have Rockwell help with the hints and stuff. He does those treasures all the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so if we give him an idea of the locations, we can let him know the locations we want to use, and then he could come up with some clues for it.
A lot of this, I want people to have to. It was kind of like what I did with a Ranger run a long time ago, where you got to go all the way down to somewhere like Sia Coronado. Then the next clue is all the way up in Roanoke. That kind of
make them work for it.
Exactamundo. Especially if the prize is going to be worth $500.
Right. That's not a. It's not a small change or a small thing of change. Sorry, I heard horses. I got very distracted. I was trying to figure out. What
I just looked over my shoulder as well. Another carriage.
Another carriage that gets stuck. Oh no, it's extra people. I mean, not local.
Loaded
locals are
carriage.
actual people too. Oh god, let me not look as they're going by. I don't know who that is.
Me neither.
It's when they stop off here, it always makes you think of stopping off at bloody lockpicks and things when they're in coaches like that.
Well, those are some little ideas, like what we could take from history, and apply, like put a fun spin on it. Like Cupid's arrow or Montezuma's pickaxe and all those different. kinds of
I
things.
do like that. Some of the more obscure points of interest out there. learn something while you're out there as well, because there's a lot out there that a lot of people in the crossing will never have seen.
That's right.
There's some strange sights out there. There really is.
Random question, because you said Cupid's arrow to remind me to think of something. Do you know where you can customize those improved bows? Is it just at a like Valentine, like any other weapon, or?
That is a great question. I do not know.
Anywhere that you can
buy them, but
yeah. So the improved bow from up in Wapiti, any.
Oh, okay. You can get them. That's where you get them.
Yeah, you get the improved bow in Wapiti, and surprisingly good price. I'm surprised how cheap they sell them for. They could make a lot more money for the reservation up there. But yeah, you can customize them at any of the major gun smiths.
Yeah, Lucille has one.
And there is some superb looking customizations for those bows.
That's what I've seen some. I still can't believe the native that was just downright like just had such a bad attitude last time I went up there for a tip for search and rescue.
Was it Wolf Eat Salmon?
I don't know. He had like a deeper voice. It was like it's very monotone. But it was White Wolf that was hurt actually, and we searched all around the area, and we went up we started in the main camp area, and then we went up around the mountains, and I came back, and then there was this other native fellow who just picked up, like just found the body and picked it up and brought him over to us. And he's like, look, I found this guy in 2 minutes while y'all took however long or whatever. And then he said like he said he was watching us look around.
Yeah, that's definitely Wolf Eat Salmon. He's got a lot of attitude lately. He's got some problems, so no fault of our own.
Yeah, and I was like, all right, fella, you also live here. He apologized. I get like he apologized to me in Valentine's. Like, yeah, sorry about that. I was just in a mood, and I'm thinking like, all right, well, thanks, but you're still just very rude and very inconsiderate of what we do.
Also, seeming not like he wants to help his friend.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he knew where he was the whole time or not, but
was White Wolf unconscious?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, because he'd probably know better than us.
Yeah, I can't remember actually if he was unconscious or not. No, I don't think so. No, wait, he was actually, because another native, I can't remember his name, he had a white ram's head on, came and tried to figure out who it was because White Wolf had a mask on.
Ishkade, maybe?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, Fire Rock.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think he was unconscious because Ishkade lifted up his mask and tried to figure out who it was, and he didn't know. And then when we got him back to the medical office, he came to and said it was White Wolf. He looked completely different from last time I saw him. I should have known, a native of white hair.
Oh, that don't narrow it down much.
Is there multiple natives of white hair?
I believe so. It's almost like saying white person with red hair. There's so many of them. All over. People with black hair, brown hair.
A fellow wearing all black. Him.
Yeah, I remember when I picked Anya up in North Roanoke. And Ishkade wasn't too far away. I think he was out hunting together. He was insistent that I do not take her to a medical office, doesn't trust them.
No, Anya wouldn't have wanted you to either. Either she hates
it. Pick her up and he will take over. And
yeah,
I wasn't going to argue with the pair of them, so...
Was that before her surgery? Do you know about her surgery at all? She had to go to St. Denis?
Oh, this was quite some time ago. I'd say probably at least
I thought that
a couple
was
of months ago, that was.
Yeah, so did I. Not a stylish shirt, though.
Nah.
Not as stylish as Deuce.
I saw Anya the other day in something other than her snow outfit.
Right?
It really threw me off.
Right? I saw her in tall trees, and I said, "Who are you, and what have you done with my Anya?"
Mm-hmm. She
But,
just rode up, and someone's like, "Oh yeah, that's Anya," and I'm like, what? How would I know that? How was I supposed to know that? She's not wearing all white with the elk headdress on.
I was prepared my whole life to never know what she looked like under that mask, because she always used to have a bandana over her face too.
Mm-hmm.
And then one day she has to go into Synctony to get surgery, one that she openly wanted, that she needed. And I have a moment to talk with her before surgery in case she don't come out of it. And so I walk in the door and her mask is off and all the mystery gone. So I actually put my hand up over the lower half of her face, not like covering her mouth, but I just put it in the way so I can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, "Oh, there you are."
Mm-hmm. I'd argue that she knows the snow up there better than anybody.
That's her.
Yeah, it was that Roanoke was my first introduction into
You should see her
Anya and
when you do
Ishka
the
Day,
snow.
and it was yeah, she obviously had the bandana mask on at that time as well, and it was a solo search. I was thinking, right, well, I'll happily get back on your feet and get out of here, to be honest. And obviously since that they are friends as such, but they made me nervous, I must admit that.
We were going to do something. We were going to have a little inside joke with her where anytime you go up to do snow patrols with any of the recruits and you saw her in the distance, we were going to, I won't say what we were going to have the recruit take over to them, but now it's going to be feathers. So if you ever have any spare feathers, she loves to make her own arrows, but
right.
But we were going to have it kind of planned where if she sees a group in the distance, we'll give a feather to the recruit and have them go over all nice and slow, put their weapon away, and offer the feather. Just for Anya to maybe say something mysterious and spookifying, and then she rides off, and then the recruit comes back.
She,
just to scare the shit out of him.
When I did a snow patrol last week with Jim Green, who I had up there, we were doing the Karen Lake Whiteout, and I didn't realize that she lived there.
Uh-huh.
She comes full tilt through the whiteout like it's not even affecting her, of course. And we were trying to practice it, and Jim Green was like, he was almost like he was sticking to his script. He was just like trying to do this wellness check. And Anya, just without missing a beat, she was like, "What happens if they're on the roof?"
I love it.
And it just
that's a good good point.
Green just kind of froze up. He's like, "What? Well, then we just announce ourselves and talk to them." And she's like, "Uh-huh. What about if they're laying down on the roof and you can't see them?" I thought it was funny.
I love that.
I just sat there. I sat there just I was not talking at all. I just wanted to see what he'd say.
It's a perfect test. But
I must admit, I don't tend to look at the roofs, but I think I probably will from now on as well.
Yeah, well. If you're somewhere and it's really hard to get, like, I've heard of things where people still moan even if they're unconscious. That's just air leaving the body, you know? So I think people need to yeah. Yep. Yeah. But that's I do want to build up that kind of legend with Anya, with some of the recruits, so that maybe once they get their green and they're back up at Coulter and they run into her and she's like, they all have a giggle about it later, but them all saying, "I was scared to shit of you when we first met."
We need to talk to her.
She's certainly intense.
We need to talk to her and just tell her anytime she sees us with somebody in a gray poncho just to walk up, say something real cryptic, and then ride off.
Uh-huh.
I like that.
I'm all about that.
Then if any recruit asks, be like, yeah, she's a lady of the snow.
That's right.
I remember the first, whenever I was first in my green, like 6 or whatever, however long I've been in here, in the Rangers. The first time I went up to do a tip, or to respond to a tip in the snow, Anya was up there, and she was helping me look, and she was just like riding all over the place, and I felt like I was doing good. I would see some tracks, I'm like, all right, I'm on their trail now, and then I would follow them, and it'd be Anya that I was following the whole time. Then I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna ride out further, and then I see some more tracks. I'm like, I'm gonna follow these tracks, and it'd still be Anya again because she is traveling twice the speed as I was. And I'm like, all right, this is ridiculous. I was like, Anya's just going to find them.
She, aside from the Cairn Whiteout, there is a camp up above Lake Isabella on one of the cliff sides that is in a complete and utter whiteout. And she lives there sometimes too.
Who is it who stays up at Cairn Lake? Because
yeah, that's where she stays now.
That's
is that where she, right? Is that her as well?
Yeah, that's Anya. She did have that. Like, she bounces between based on if people are around.
Does anyone still live at Adler's?
I want to say maybe 1 or 2 people, but I don't. I know most of the time it's probably a place where people go if they're trying to hide. Is today just ride like hell through town day?
It really is.
Yeah.
It's just strawberry or something. Like, heck.
There's like this new group of people that I think are working out of the general store that I've been seeing around.
Oh, like the ones that put the sign that says employee entrance for one door?
The one that I go in all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they ever say that's an employee entrance, you say, well, you got to find a way to lock the door. Until then,
That's my closest door, and I'm not walking around.
I've never taken any notice of that sign.
I think I walked in and bought ammo from there once, and they were standing in there, and they were like, yeah, just don't talk to the store clerks or anything. And I'm thinking, like, y'all weren't even standing next to this, and y'all were having your own discussion. Well, I'm not going to talk to you.
Yeah, agreed.
And what am I supposed to say? Okay, hey, I'm going to go buy ammo. Like, can I not just walk in, buy ammo, and leave?
All right.
Yeah, everyone has been flying through Strawberry today. It's there's definitely been no slowdown for town.
Yeah, it's a nice goddamn town. They could take a moment and appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. And it's nice because I believe criminals only come through here just to change clothes. Unless that general store operation's a scam.
It was Arden saying earlier that the only thing Strawberry's missing is a bank. And I am so glad that there isn't a bank.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't have to put up with the thing getting robbed all the time. Break the peace and quiet we have. Well, relative peace and quiet.
You know what would be interesting if they had like a deposit system here.
Mm-hmm.
Where you could deposit money, but you couldn't necessarily take it out.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very,
It gets sent to a bank, to the nearest bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't store your valuables. Yeah, literally, it's like a money deposit.
I mean, maybe there's that back room in the telegram office. You just walk in, put some money in one of the drawers in there, and then somebody eventually will come by, pick it up, and take it to the bank.
Yeah, because I'm sure me hiding money in that barrel behind you is not the safest of places, but
How
Yeah,
much
but you
money
got
did
a
you
good
say?
lock on it.
yeah, it's no one's broke it yet.
Speaking of
Every so
bank,
often, though, there is a local who likes to lean on it, smoking his pipe,
You always watch them, don't you?
and yeah,
See if they're like nudging it a little to see how loose the top is.
he really doesn't like you going in that barrel while you stood there. And I'm thinking, no, this is not going to end well. I'll leave him smoke his pipe, and I'll come back later.
I've been saying recently that if anybody's going to take me hostage for a bank again, it better be Blackwater. I'm going to be upset. It's the last one on my list at this point. I've been taken hostage for Valentine and Rhodes. So if anybody takes me hostage again, it better be Blackwater.
And get them all crossed off your list.
Yeah. Maybe I'll make a... I won't do this, but it'd be funny if I made a Snyder mark if someone took me hostage for a bank again. I'd be like, hey, excuse me, can we move this to Blackwater, please? I wouldn't say that, but I think it'd be funny.
Yeah, obviously it was traumatic for Arden. It was the first time it had happened, but
yeah, she's
I
probably
did try
also,
to explain for future.
She's probably not had a
hostages-
whole lot of experience getting guns pointed at her either.
Yeah. Did try to explain afterwards a little bit that you're probably the safest person there, because if anything happens to you, it's not going to end well for anybody. But
I almost was in the middle of a shootout whenever I was taken hostage by the by Victory Street in Valentine for when they robbed the bank there. They walked me out of the telegram station right as Law rode into town. And they were all pointing guns at each other, and I was standing right in the middle of them with my hands up. And I'm like, please don't get into a shootout. Like,
one valuable lesson learned for Arden on that one, though, she had all her weapons in her pockets.
Did she get them taken?
She did, but they gave her them back straight away. She was saying when she was in there, the bank had, once they'd got through the gate, they realised that the bank had already been robbed. All the safes were open already. At that point, it was Mama Christine in the bathhouse. Obviously, she didn't have no qualms of telling her name and saying that she will telegram her. She will get her weapons back, don't worry. And just in the end, they ended up giving them all back there and then. And that's what I said to Arden, is do not keep anything on your shoulder but your state issued. Keep them on your horse. And keep them safe if they've hold anything but monetary value to you.
That's the thing. Don't take a weapon out that you ain't afraid to lose.
Exactly.
Or you can't. But then that also kind of feeds into the fact that maybe if I got a real nice Litchfield that I've been bringing out more and more recently, and if not, I'm using one of the Ranger bolt actions. But even if it does get taken, we got to trust in law that they will get it back. It's also up to, there have been some criminals I've run into that say, now don't you worry, I'm going to put this to good use.
Yeah.
They ain't just going to go sell it or put it, in their bank and just let it sit
Yeah,
there forever.
that's the real bad situation, is if they're gun runners and they just go and steal guns to sell them. This gun
Agreed.
Was stolen off of me, and then I got it back 2 days later.
That barrel is like as long as your thigh.
Well, the last Navy I had taken,
who is that?
I was out with my good friend Flora, who were doing some herb picking. 3 people rode up us in the Heartlands while we were collecting some creeping time. Took my Navy, took her, I can't remember what it was that she had. Nothing major, nothing expensive. So I thought, right, well, we needed to take her back to Saint Denis. At the time, I was going down to see Copperhead to pick up my Springfield. Lo and behold, we got to them, and the three guys who had just robbed us were inside trying to sell our guns to Copperhead.
Oh, so Copperhead buys illegal gun or stolen guns.
Well, they tried making small talk of, "Oh, how are you doing?" I said, "Well, doing great," until I bumped into you. "Oh, well, what's that all about?" I said, "You're not even changed your clothes and you still got your mask on. And you know what you've taken from us, and you know where you've come straight to try and sell them." And Copperhead said, "All right, what have they taken from you?" Said it was a Navy. They left very, very quickly. Brought the Navy out, and it was a bloody ex-Sheriff's Department one. Recovered by, I think it was recovered by SCSD that was on it. So I said, "Well, you got the opportunity, Copperhead, that I can return that to the Sheriff's Department, or you can, but put it in a report to them." It's a hotbed today.
That ain't law.
No. But yeah, he's obviously dealing in stolen guns. The other major worry, my friend Flora, she works for Abigail at the elixir shop in Saint Denis. And Copperhead put an order in for 4 full crates of what he referred to as the Speedy Plus tonic. Now, obviously, he's not providing the Sheriff's Department with that. He's providing someone else, so I just give the law a tip on it. He collared Flo the other day and offered her $20,000 for the recipe.
Goodness.
Which she doesn't have, only Abigail has.
$20,000 for the recipe. That's...
What I've said to Flo is, if the $20,000 isn't accepted, there's other ways that he can then get that recipe. If he thinks you know it, you really do need to have a word with the Sheriff's Department and let them know that that transaction was offered, because there's other ways of getting that recipe out of you if $20,000 didn't entice you. So I'm seeing her tomorrow, and hopefully she has taken my advice and done that.
I hope so too.
Copperhead made some jewelry for me a few weeks back. Well, it's for Lucille, but
a man of many talents he is.
Certainly is.
He tried to get into a partnership with the Rangers, and I politely had to decline because we can't. It would generate bias. Because I also have a friend, Maddie Winward, who does a lot of gun customizations and things like that. It should be free for anyone to go to. So I don't want just.
Was that when he gave us a whole bunch of Schofields?
He did, yeah. They're all labeled Taipan.
Of course.
So.
Yeah, because I was insistent that the only way that I would buy the Springfield is if it was completely clean, which I had to pay a little bit extra for. But yeah, I'll be pleasant with him, and I'm not sure I'll do business with him again.
You just said that's law?
Yeah, I think that's Clem. And then I don't know who the rest are. The blonde fella has all the badge on his chest.
Into a
they're dressed more with more muted
bumped
colors.
into a deputy's strawberry yesterday, a German guy. hands something, and Jesus, he's intense. He literally screams everything at you.
You said he was in Strawberry, not intense.
He is. Don't think he knows how to lower his voice.
No. There was a deputy whenever they cornered me in the telegram office in Valentine who was very aggressively shouting. Yeah, they cornered me thinking I was a criminal who had shot at them earlier in the day.
Well, I know something you've stolen, so you are a criminal to me.
What have I stolen?
Someone's heart.
That's true.
Oh.
Lucille and I are engaged, by the way.
The fuck? You didn't even ever tell me you two was a couple. Well, congratulations.
You didn't.
Tell
me.
I mean,
you knew.
I never.
Yeah.
I never. I mean, I saw you a lot together, and I just figured. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like I stalked y'all to wait to see any smooches.
No.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, we don't go out and like flaunt it all the time. But our engagement wasn't a secret. We just didn't ride up to the lodge one day like, hey, we're engaged. You know, we just didn't do that. That's
comes out in conversation
that's what
as and when
Copperhead
you're
made.
ready.
She need to fiddle with the ring when it's on her finger.
Yeah, she's always wearing those daggone gloves when she's on duty.
That's why no one can see it.
Yeah. It's a nice ring, though. I got it's a titanium band per Copperhead suggestion because of our line of work. It won't break as easy.
Uh-huh.
Now, if it's titanium, is it tat around the finger or what? That's why it's called that, right? Or
no, that's just a metal. It's just a strong metal.
oh, yeah, strong metal doesn't sound all that neat neither.
It's just it's a stronger metal than gold, which is what I originally wanted. But he said, covers like with your line of work, I do not suggest gold because it's brittle and will break. So, I won't titanium.
Yeah.
It's nice. It has
Very
a
nice.
diamond in the center, obviously, and then a sapphire on either side of it. It's a nice looking ring. You have to ask her to show it to you.
Would you be open to the Rangers celebrating it in like the general news or something, or?
If you want to.
I mean, it's up to you all. It's up to the two of you.
At this point, I don't mind. There was a select few people that we wanted to tell first. But I don't think she'd mind either.
Well, make sure you double check
Yeah,
with her first.
yeah, I'll ask her.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I ain't trying to get yelled at.
Well, especially now she got something sharp and ain't gonna break on her finger. So
Yeah.
So bye face, other eye.
Yeah, I only have one good eye left. She punches me on the wrong side of the face, it's game over. If she can punch,
right.
she beat Deuce. Remember that fist fight at the Ranger Ball?
Oh, yeah, I do remember that one.
I love the Ranger Rumbles. See, who needs a tournament when you could just have a rumble like that? It's just
That's
organized
Lucille
mayhem.
also the last person standing in the free-for-all?
No, she didn't compete
Was
in
that
that
Helen?
one. I think that might have been. I don't know who that was.
Was it Nadia?
Maybe not.
Might
I
have
just
been
remember
Nadia.
someone swinging haymakers and
I know
bodies
Rod.
everywhere.
No, it wasn't Rodney. Was it Rodney? It was either Rodney or Pugsley that kicked me in the face when I was on the ground.
I ended up sending Rodney through the ropes, and I wasn't even aiming at him. He just literally walked through the wrong place at the wrong time, and
So that's the thing.
he was bent over backwards in the ropes at one point.
So didn't you like grab me like to choke me out, though we both fell to the ground, and then someone kicked me in the face? Or was that how?
They did. There was a few stamps going in.
So that location there is the only one of two places for official Ranger Rumbles. The other one is up at what we've named Tibbet Henge, up in the frontier.
Oh, yeah.
We've done one there too. People tried to stay up on top of it, and we roped them down. So
yeah, from the times I've been out west, that camp does look, well, from the areas I've been, quite secluded. I've never actually been up to that camp before, and I was very impressed with it.
I still can't believe that search and rescue where all four of us fell off the same cliff. That was ridiculous.
oh, up at the glacier.
Yeah.
That was something.
Have you fully recovered from that?
Yep. Yeah, then after that, I got a knife in my leg. It was, I guess Clementine had got kidnapped and thrown off where the obstacle course is, up in Grizzlies East. And another deputy, Wiley, went down that main path trying to find her. But it's the path that ain't really a path. So the horse slipped, knocked him off, so he was halfway down there. I end up going up to the very top to look, and I stood exactly where another deputy was, 30 seconds before, and I go over, so I get the wind knocked out of me. Another deputy comes down, Deputy Love, gets me to my feet, and we're able to see Wiley. We can't hear Clementine no more, so we're under the assumption that mountaineers were scooping her up wherever she was. So now we got to get Wiley, and for Love and I, we couldn't go back up. It was only down. So she gives me this knife. She says, "This is a very cherished knife. I do not want mountaineers to get it. So I need you to hold it." And I said, "That's fine." She goes down one way. I say, maybe we should try heading up the path compared to down the path towards Wiley. She goes down the path towards Wiley, and she falls. She slips. She almost gets to him, but then topples over the side and all the way down.
Oh, no.
Yep, so I get down there. I jump up the path, and I slide and get right next to him, and I'm okay. So I get him comfortable, get him up to his feet, make sure he ain't winded no more, nothing. And I'd been in this exact spot before where there is a side of the cliff off to the left. And if you get a running start, you can scale it. You can actually slide down. Sometimes you might roll your ankle a little and spin some, but if you just kind of lean into it, you can actually make it all the way down. But this time I didn't make it. But all of us ended up gathering down below. We was still all hurt. But my goal was to get us all the way down to the bottom. It would be up to the other rangers to actually, scoop us up. But as we was sailing down there, that knife came out of the satchel and got itself wedged in the bone of my leg.
Yeah, same thing.
Oh, dear me.
Same thing happened to me, but it was through my side whenever I fell off the cliff after I saw you down there. I didn't even realize it was you, but I went up there and I was on the cliff and I saw somebody. I was like, I found him, thinking it was Deuce. And then my horse just took off the ledge. And I saw on my way down, I was like, that's not Deuce. And then I had to cross.
Yeah.
And then Nadia followed.
Luckily, wasn't the last thought.
Phoenix. Yeah.
Luckily, wasn't the last thought you had.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Deuce. Splat.
It's good that Arden's gone on that snow patrol as well. Build a confidence up more and more about being back out in the snow.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's good to see.
That's the thing. We just need more people able to do the snow patrols. I feel like I've been the only ones doing them, and a couple of these recruits, I'm just not around for the hours they are. This also looks like Deuce coming this way. Maybe not.
No, you would have been with all them, no?
Well, yeah. Well,
I would hope so.
I'm saying maybe it doesn't look like Deuce. See,
Maybe left them all up there, Sid. This is the second part of the patrol, is finding your way out.
Rockwell he after I took Green up on the snow patrol, I was putting in the feedback for and saying he's completed it, and he was trying to tell me the point of the snow patrols to have the recruits lead you through the whiteout. So I spoke to Alfred about it, just to make sure there's clarification, because I've never heard of that. Like, I was actually specifically told by Cat that you are to lead the entire whiteout, or the whole entire patrol.
Yeah, I mean, if you get to Cairn, you could maybe have them lead you back out to Coulter, and then when you go up to Adler, kind of the same thing. But then again, there are 2 different ways to go to Adler, so no, yeah, I don't think it would be about if this is if this is a recruit's first time up there, it's like no, you got them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's something you could always check with them too. Say, hey, you know the one leading out towards Lake Isabella. Are you comfortable leading us? And if they say yeah, it's like we'll have at it. And if they say no, it's like next time.
Mm. I told Walsh mentioned that Cat has done that before, and I told Walsh the only way I would let a recruit lead us through the whiteout is if it's on the way back and they have our tracks to follow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
I mean, I can get through the whiteouts. I mean, I've yet to even find the perfect go-to path for each one, but I can get people through them. I'm actually the best, I feel like, with the Spider Gorge whiteout, because that's usually the path that I take to get to Coulter all the time.
Oh, you're a braver man than me.
But, you know, I've always been the type of person where if I find a path to get somewhere, I tend to stick to that path to always get there.
Well, that's the thing, too. If they ever get scared, it's like, just listen to the water. Get near the water. Keep trying to go north.
Yep, if you can't hear the water anymore, you know you're too far.
Okay.
Yeah, that's...
Except for one part where you have to kind of go around a big, like... It's like a big rock.
Yeah, I know exactly the one.
Yeah. Yep. That's the only time you need to stray away from the water. But other than that, if you can't hear the water, you're too far.
Yeah, the sound of that water is definitely my safety net. It really is.
That and honestly, just pay attention to your
the
compass.
exact rock you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Because I know it all the time. It's like, all right, I got to go up this rock, around this dead tree, and then back down. That's it. I mean, I can go through there. I can't go full tilt like Anya could, but I can go through there in a canter just fine. Now, it might not be the exact. It might not be the exact same route every time, but I can get through it. It also helps if you look at your compass, and like before you go out, except for the Adler's one, but most of them, like Spider Gorge and Cairn, if you just pay attention to your compass of what direction you're going when you first start, it kind of helps.
Absolutely.
Spider Gorge one is interesting. Not Spider Gorge, the Adler's one is interesting. Have you ever seen the dead horse skeleton up there?
Oh, uh-huh.
I took I think it was the snow patrol that just went wrong. The one with Gilbert.
Howdy, Stout.
The Gilbert situation.
Howdy there.
Feel free to come and join us.
I think it was.
Come and place me because I gotta lay my head soon.
Oh no, get yourself in here. It's great to see you, sir. I've not seen you for a long time.
We just standing in mud like barbarians.
Oh, I see.
Like Rangers, honestly.
Yeah, no, I was. It's funny because I took a leave of absence, Silas, and then I came back, and all of a sudden I started feeling under the weather a little bit, so I had to take a few days to myself.
Just not acclimated to the weather anymore.
Oh, it's great to see you back. Really is.
Yeah, good to be back.
Probably not acclimated to going through like 5 different climates in one day.
I really don't know why I'm actually doing up at this time, to be honest with you, but it's.
I was gonna say it feels a little late for you. I think usually.
You're
in bed.
We've been having real good talk. I don't get a chance to catch up this much, and it's been nice and refreshing, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So nice and refreshing, I have to lay my head. And it's not just because you showed up neither, Sue.
It's
promise.
definitely,
it's all right.
It's
I
definitely
understand.
because of that.
It might be. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
no,
I promise.
I
no,
understand.
I'm
It's
kidding.
all right.
I'm kidding. God damn it.
Listen, sometimes this magnificent mustache just puts folks to bed. I understand.
That is one hell of a soup catcher.
Thank you. Grew up myself.
I'd hope so.
Yeah, I was checking earlier as well, because obviously Samantha is on duty. Is she out west normally?
That is a great question.
Is she going to be one of those rangers that like you see on duty but never actually see?
Because we
Shadow Rangers.
Myself,
you know who's a really
Sasha, and Samantha went out west yesterday to do a patrol, which was a great time to do it because two of the gangs from out west were actually around here, so we thought, well, the ideal opportunity to go out there, and it was so quiet.
I can tell you, a real Shadow Ranger is Raven. I see her on duty all the time, but I never actually see her. I don't even know where she is. So just be on duty. She'll be on duty for like 2 hours, and I wouldn't see her once.
She was eager to, because I think she actually woke up in Manzanita. She stayed there, and myself and Sasha were taking notes of that cougar print that's been painted up on Manzanita. And she was keen to go out west with us. Whether she stayed out there or not, I don't know, but just want to make sure she's all right if she's out somewhere on her own.
There is this amazing thing called the Telegram system. Maybe we'll use that next time.
Yeah, just drop her a quick line and make
I'll
sure
tell
she's
you,
okay.
I do actually kind of miss the tower paperwork where people just wrote down what tower they were in.
That was actually mentioned
I
yesterday.
I kind of got used to that.
It was...
I kind of got used to like knowing where people were. That actually really helped with like tip stuff because I could look and see who was in what area. So like if I was in Lemoyne, I would know somebody's in West Elizabeth, and I wouldn't have to respond to those.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Have those been put in the archive?
I don't even know where it is anymore. I think they got either they've been redone into the Tower Master folder, or they've just been put somewhere where I don't know where they are.
I see.
Yeah, it's certainly handy for when you're up in Amberino because we don't really have any of the facilities up there as such. So it would be handy for people to know that we are up there and out of the way.
Mm.
Our closest, in theory, telegram-wise, would be into Annesburg, but
you check archives
to get there, you're going through Roanoke, Cougar Country, so it's not always the safest of routes. Otherwise, you've got the longer journey into down into Emerald. Put you through Old Crease, which is another rat run as well.
Right.
Is there a way to check archive files? I don't even know how to do that. Is that a senior and above thing?
Any that are available that are still in the archive, you just gotta, when you go up to, when you start raffling through, when you start searching, you'll want to see any archive files we've, whenever they installed everything, it's either a true or false kind of thing. So if it's in the archive, we say it's truly in the archive.
Mm-hmm. It was definitely one of my go-to files. Check the general news, and the second file I was to check was that one, just to see where everybody was.
I mean, the only time it was like an issue is when people wouldn't take their names off, but that's easily fixed. You just like, oh, look, they're not on duty anymore. Let's just take their name off.
Yeah, I used to do that for people, tidy it up myself, and no, it was definitely handy. Just literally see at a glance where people were based. It's not or based at that given time. You got to.
Uh-oh.
That is a lot
That's
of
a lot of
hooves.
horses.
Coming from the stables.
Cross your fingers, it's law.
Yep, that bright blue shirt. Yep, that's definitely
Yep.
law.
That's 7 of them?
Maybe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think it's just 6. They didn't have nobody with them.
Do they ride more if they have cadets with them, or
They must
I'm
be.
not
They must
sure
be
how it works.
out looking for somebody if they're riding in a group of 6.
Well, they did. It did say on the tip line that Dead End Gang was riding around 6 deep. So.
Oh, marvelous.
Yeah. Apparently they was out by Bard's Crossing heading west. So that's the last I read on the tip line. That was sent out by law. So.
Bard's Crossing heading west. Okay, so they probably went through the Great Plains. Are they wandering?
Most likely, yeah. When ain't they? I mean, that's a bad thing to say, but when ain't they? But we're talking about the Dead End Gang, so when ain't they?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Where did Hal even go?
I think he went with them on the Snow Patrol.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
right,
we've
right.
got Hal, Arden, Phoenix, and Deuce up in the snow.
Oh, that's good.
I'm over here trying to like search through the truly files on the citizen registry. That's not it.
Let's have a quick check on the old line.
If you all if you all see Deuce before me, because I'm going to lay my head down in a moment, they are thinking about putting a when they get back, if it all goes well, putting Phoenix up for a vote to get the green.
Oh, okay.
All y'all think, like, since Big Valley is his favorite place in the crossing, let's think of a camp that we could go hide a poncho, that we take him out on a mock search and rescue, and he'd find it there, and then maybe hint at that to Deuce privately. We kind of like doing that. You know what we used to do?
I definitely know what she used to because y'all did it to me.
Oh, we did.
Well, I don't know. I got taken up to the rock and given, or up to the grave that's right above us, and then got given a poncho. But I don't know what y'all used to do.
Yeah, you got the nice treatment.
Recruit Callahan's come on duty, and Samantha's picked that one up. So Callahan was in Blackwater, so I'll make an assumption that Samantha was at Manzanita.
I got you.
Just so y'all know, the Wallaby Kid is wanted.
Yes, that's
Jeez, he's not been out long, has he?
No. I think he just got out. Or at least I felt like he did.
Within the last week or so. He can't be much longer than that. He's not wasted any time.
No.
What is Phoenix's last name?
Coulter.
Okay.
That's a weird thing with the Dead End Gang. The last 2 times they rode up on me and saw that was a ranger, they had absolutely no interest whatsoever.
Yeah, they won't rob rangers. Well, I won't.
You know what?
They tend not to rob rangers. I won't say won't because I used to say that about the Quill Gang, but then they robbed a ranger.
There was I helped the general store folk out yesterday because one of their fellas got shot, and of course I reported all the law and everything, and then they were saying because the fella that was in the doctor's office had wandered off when I'd gone to go get some extra help, but I'd got him on his feet so he could help cover his wounds and stuff. And he walked out on me as soon as I left. But as soon as I came back, they found him.
Coulter has to be close, man.
And as they was riding off, I
know.
was telling them, well, listen, the nearest doctor's going to be in Rhodes, and I'll go ahead and telegram him so that way he'll stay there and, he'll get your treatment done. And as they're riding off, they go, I effing love Rangers. And I go, oh, goodness gracious. My heart lit up a little bit. Them sorts of compliments don't come, well, I guess they do come often, but it's nice to get them.
Yeah. A good rule of thumb is that there's, sorry.
You go.
Okay.
Nope.
A good rule of thumb with criminals is that even if they haven't robbed rangers in the past, just assume any criminal will rob you if they're desperate enough.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Just know, I wouldn't necessarily say I made a deal with the Wallaby Kid, but it was a mutual understanding. There was a time there was a call for Van Horn, so I went in and I met with him. in the moment and said, just know if we're ever here, it's only because we found out someone's hurt and we're going to get them to safety or get them to their feet. We ain't here doing no spying. We ain't here doing none of that. And he said, just if you come here with law, you're going to be lumped into the same category as them. And so there were times we've gone in to go help someone and law's been on the outskirts, so they understand why we're there. So let's hope that just extends to, I guess, anywhere in the crossing.
Yeah, we had a gentleman turn up in Strawberry yesterday who said he was a pirate who's laid claim to the lighthouse in Van Horn and asked if we could provide an escort down there.
Howdy.
Thankfully, Deuce was in town at the time, and I referred it to Deuce and said, I'm not comfortable myself, but if it's something that you want to do, you won't be doing it on your own, and we'll go down there with you. Because he offered the name of Eddie Braithwaite, who was meeting, so I thought this could end one of two ways for him. We got into Van Horn. It was quite early in the day, and it was packed. And that saloon, I've never seen empty as quick. Everyone was out on the porch. Deuce said, we're dropping this person off. We're leaving. No interest in what you're doing. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the kind of, I wouldn't say rapport, but that's just kind of what my mindset when dealing with criminals is just don't tell me anything you don't mean to tell law. I'm just here to do my job. Don't tell me anything. You know?
Don't give me any information that I could accidentally slip to law.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely accidentally, not...
Accidentally, but very purposely. What do you mean?
Because we just want to help, and sometimes that means slipping things. If law says, did he talk to you about anything? And technically, I believe we have to tell him if we heard anything.
Yeah, that's always been my understanding.
We got in and out of there quickly and safely, and as Stu said, no interest in your business.
Yep.
Have your talk once we've left.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like I'm sure y'all heard the story whenever, I believe her name was Harry, brought in Pete Conrad from the Dead End Gang after he just got into a shootout with Law at the slaughterhouse. And she brought him in, and I was like, I walked in, and I just kind of asked what was going on. And she's like, this is my friend Pete. We live at the slaughterhouse. There was a bunch of Law there, and he got shot. And I'm like, okay, now I have to go talk to Law. I didn't say that, but I was like, I'm going to go get my medical supplies off my horse. I think Eliana was out here, and I was like, yeah, I have a Pete Conrad in here who just got into a shootout with Law.
Strawberry is the
I don't know
the place to be tonight.
Wait, Hal, were you on the snow patrol?
Yeah, the recruit put his head down in Coulter, so we returned.
So all right.
What about Deuce?
Also put his head down.
I gotcha. All right.
So he finished the paper and we returned to Strawberry. That's continuing.
But that was the thing with yesterday as well, when the Rude Boys came into town.
They forced you all out, I heard.
Full posse of 6. Remy came over to us and said, any law in town?
It almost looks like the back
said,
of Wallaby's
do
head.
not know. And he turned around and said, well, if you don't want trouble, here's your opportunity to leave. Right, okay then.
I don't think
don't need to be told twice.
Holy hell, criminals being respectful?
So there was myself,
what is the crossing coming
Sasha
to?
on duty, Arden had just gone off duty, and it was, right, okay then, we'll go. Thankfully, Clem had left 5 minutes earlier.
Mm-hmm. God, imagine.
She could have found herself in a whole lot of trouble.
There's only so much we can do.
Yeah,
nothing.
In fact, he was quite open and honest. He said, "If you don't want any trouble, get out of it." In not so many words.
Mm-hmm.
I try to give everybody the courtesy whenever I'm helping them. If I find them out hurt, if their injury, unless their injury prevents me from doing so, I try to give them the option of if they want me to take them to a doctor, or help them out, or just help them out there, just in case they, just kind of being courteous without prying into information that I would have to go and tell law. Because I just don't want that repercussions if they say something wrong and then I tell law and then they find out I tell law about it.
They can't wrong if you're doing your job, though.
Yeah.
There was a time when.
Well, I mean, but how many law have been wronged for doing their job?
Fair. There was a time when 4 people were found in Grizzlies East after a shootout, and there was just one ranger on it. I won't say who, but they threatened that ranger that said they'd never be friends with them again if they did not get one of them to their feet to help all the others. And instead of going to telegram and law, that ranger did it. So.
Yeah.
Yep. There's some times we're just going to have to take the consequences for doing what we have to do. That's how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I've been here long enough now. Sue don't feel bad if I leave, but now Hal and Arden are going to feel bad if I leave, thinking that I got some.
That's
something.
exactly how I feel. So if you leave now, I know you have something against me. It will be personal.
No. Oh dear.
I'm actually. How about this? I'll leave before you, so you don't have to feel bad.
Oh, where are you going? Oh, you got to go to sleep or something?
Bed.
I've got a real excuse. I should have been in bed
I thought you were
hours ago.
leaving. I was surprised to see you here, though. It is nice to see you.
Got into a chat with Buzz and Wade, and yeah, it was good to get the opportunity to have a good old catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a
I
good
am
excuse to be
usually not awake at this time, but no, it was good to chat, and I got to see Sue. So the night's just the icing on the cake.
Sue was here when
Sue Stout.
The soup
when
on the mustache.
when I got my green.
I was. That's right.
I had just introduced myself as recruit Arden Remington, and then I got my green. It's like, would you like to reintroduce yourself? And I said, you can call me Ranger Remington.
Ranger Remington. Oh goodness.
Oh, speaking of getting ponchos, I think Hal was probably the recipient too of Ellis's identical treatment of how they got the ponchos, but I don't think the 3 of you were. Like, all y'all probably got taken out somewhere nice. You had to do a little search or something.
Oh, I got the deuce treatment.
Oh, you got the
me
all right,
too.
so you know.
Oh,
yeah.
round back had me
Yeah,
in
mine was
tears.
Got my grey poncho
didn't
thrown
get-
into the river.
Daggone, I didn't get that treatment. No, mine wasn't from Deuce though. It was from former senior ranger Rain Farley. That's who did mine.
I did not know how to react when Deuce did that. I was just stood there, and I did say around and say, well, shall I just leave then? Then saw Cat start
Howdy.
laughing and thought, oh, thanks, Deuce.
Oh, hello.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Out of there.
How are y'all?
Ain't too bad.
Just fine.
Oh, very well. How are you doing?
All right.
I can tell by the hat. That's a helmet.
Yeah. Hello.
Have I met you?
I don't know. Have I met you?
More
I
importantly,
don't...
have I met you?
Have you
No,
met him?
I've never met Sue.
Oh, okay. How do you
Guys,
know my name?
put away the binoc. That's very
Because you're
rude.
the only ranger that
It
wears
ain't rude.
overalls.
I'm trying to evaluate.
Ah,
are you
that horrible
evaluating?
blonde mustache. Ugh.
That smug anger.
Oh dear.
I rest
That
my
person just
case.
went in the water.
I see how it is. What?
Did someone
Where?
just fall in the water?
It is
The-
a
the-
mighty
the-
fine
No, I think
mustache.
she
Yeah,
recovered
they're-
clearly.
Yeah.
She did.
Sorry, I'm really bad with faces, and I would hate to not say hello to somebody properly that I've met before. It's happened way too many times, and it's really embarrassing.
Oh. What? I'm Ranger Olive Hellman. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
I'm Ranger Remington. Nice to meet you.
Ranger, I think we've met maybe once.
That's why.
Long
That's what's.
time ago, yeah.
That's what's. Yeah.
I didn't drop this shovel to dig the hole deeper.
Hell. Hellman, how did you get your poncho?
I went out on a ride, and
Oh, she got the nice
I was
way.
told that
You got the nice way.
I got a nice way. Yeah, it was just right up to.
Ba 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 ba.
That was cat. Absolutely, it was cat. It's not cat. Oh, that felt like a good guess.
Can these daggone recruits add their name? What is this trend of recruits not adding their name to their telegram saying they're on duty?
That's something we can probably you can probably pull them aside. Dodge them
That's
in the right way.
failure on
We
our
can all
part
pull them aside
for not
together.
telling them.
We can surround them
Yeah.
in a very friendly, rangerly way.
All right, if y'all hug them or
Ew.
while
Oh, I
doing
don't
it.
hug.
I'm changing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on, Hellman.
Otherwise
Be a
surrounding
team
them.
player, Hellman.
I don't hug. I'm
Oh.
cordial. I'm not that friendly.
And Olive is going off to the group
Then we'll-
that's over
Yeah.
there, which
We'll
we
link-
did not have a chance to warn her.
We'll get
Oh,
the linked hands
yeah, that's
and then circle her.
Oh wait,
Circle
I
them,
think she's
whoever it
going to
is.
change. She's going to the tailor. She's going to change her room.
Hope they're all coming this
Oh,
way.
there.
Oh,
Is that law?
I don't believe so.
Not riding like that, it won't be. Especially with crates.
That ain't Wallaby though.
You know what though? They went so nicely at a very nice pace across the bridge and out of town compared
They
to
can't
about
be that bad.
85. Yeah, compared to 85% of the people we've seen today,
Yeah.
barreling through like bats out of hell, like they got that explosive diarrhea.
Yeah, it's been who can get through town quickest.
Who was here when Tiki was here?
Oh yeah.
Tiki?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I was trying
What
to
a
teach him about
character.
explosive diarrhea, and he just goes Tiki Rava, not know what to say.
Tiki was quite the character.
Interesting fellow, that's for sure.
Yeah. Glad for the introduction, though. If I do ever bump into him in tall trees, I would like the introduction first, so that has helped.
Yep, you just say Tiki Rava. I am Gaga. I am Gaga. Ranger Gaga.
What's Gaga?
Gaga means good. Baba
Ranger
means
good?
bad. Yep.
Huh.
Point to the poncho and say Gaga. Gaga. He's still learning, like he's
like Uba means friend or Uga or something like that.
Umba means live. So
And
like
who is this?
he says Tiki Rava Umba tall tree. Means he lives in tall trees. It's gonna be a feller who's got wolf furs all over and a great big wolf helm and
Oh,
you'll
the
hear.
fella who just
You will not
crouches
mistake him
around.
when you see him.
The guy we saw earlier? I can't remember who was here.
Yeah, with the bathhouse crew.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was over at the butcher's for quite some time, chatting with other people. No, it was good to get that introduction. If it came across me tall trees, I wouldn't know what the hell is going on.
See, he's almost the same thing. What I love about search and rescues, like it's a puzzle. You got to go try to. Oh, see, and there goes someone. Not slowing. Oh, they slowed down 50% of the way into town. But anywho, it's like you're trying to find a puzzle piece in the middle of the wilderness. But with Tiki, you're trying to figure out exactly what he's saying in terms of his language. So like I gravitate towards those things probably for the worst. But no, I love it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a dork.
You're such a dork, Buzz.
That's right.
You know, I see Buzz and I think, such a dork.
Buzz Dorkston.
Wait,
No.
I was just staring off into the distance for some. Buzz, what'd you say?
Yeah, he
He's getting
legally
an
changed
official
his name.
change.
I am a dork. That's what I am.
You feeling okay?
You need binoculars to see if I'm a dork. Is that like a dork detector?
I'm just looking at your eyes, see, if
He's Gaga.
Huh?
He's gaga. Baba.
Actually, in the words of Tiki Rava, Buzz go nine-nine. Which is just Buzz's leaving. Not necessarily.
Nine is leaving.
He's leave, yeah. Leaving. Or I have to
we
go.
learned a lot of his.
Can somebody write a book on this fella so we can have like a breakdown?
I was gonna make a Dictionary. That's what I was gonna call it after Tiki Rava.
Dictionary.
Because I'm a dork. All right, good night, y'all.
Good night. Good night, Buzz.
Night.
The dork needs slumber.
Have a good dork.
You say
dork
Gil, please.
Some slumber.
Good journey,
You
y'all.
be safe.
You first.
You ride safe.
I'm just
Good
going
night.
up the road.
Yeah, okay. We'll still be safe.
Silas,
You
why are
think
you still
he's
here?
gonna be safe?
I got into chatting with Wade and Buzz, and we'd just been out here hours. It's good to catch up with the fine rangers I don't get to spend much time with. I'm gonna collapse any minute, so.
Oh my god.
Do you want to help with that?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
thanks, Wade. Yeah, I'm gonna dump my horse and get back
Dump
down
your
to the welcome
horse?
centre, I think.
Did you say dump or
It's
dunk?
sad when folks have to break up.
I shall take my horse and let him graze in the fields.
Sue, do you have a lady?
Nope.
How with the mustache like that?
It's a crime.
Seriously, it's majestic. If
Where
I
are those
if I
fellas
could grow a
from?
mustache, I'd go for it. Think I look
Hey,
good in a
let-
mustache?
I tell you, it's multi-used, a multi what do they call it? Multi-purpose. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
For fashion,
Multi-purpose.
for food.
For
know?
food?
If you're eating something and you get something and you lose a piece, your mustache probably gonna catch it before the ground does.
I mean, wait, is there like so you have like your 3-second rule for the ground? Do you have like a 10-second rule for the beard? Is that like a filter
right.
kind of?
That's right. That's right.
Huh.
Here's the thing, you know, sometimes when you run your hands over your mustache, you'll find stuff in there that you've lost. You know, oh, there's that pea that I had for dinner. I lost it. Oh, here's some.
I just heard
here's a
there's
piece of
that
here's a
pea,
piece
and
of
it's
lettuce.
That's not what I expected to be.
What was I telling
Oh,
you
you don't
before,
eat
Arden,
peas?
about those guys in Blackwater hiding the weapons in the birds? They are. They're multi-purpose.
Multi-purpose.
Should let yours grow, Silas. God knows
I'm not
what
sure
you can
about
hide.
weapons, but I'm
grow
sure
it
he
out.
could. I'm sure he could hide a couple handgun.
Bit of extra ammo in there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I might grow it out now, Arden.
I don't.
Well, you already got it. It's already getting there.
Yeah,
So
it's
you're already
getting
you
there.
got a good start.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who I didn't expect to see without with much less of a beard and mustache was Deuce and Bear.
Yeah.
That surprised me. I don't know I didn't know how to feel about it at first, but it's all right.
I'm surprised more people weren't taking it back when I cut my hair.
You know, it was so. I think you did it, and then Murray did it, maybe a couple weeks after, and it just, you know.
Was I supposed to know that? Did you cut
You
it?
didn't see
when
him
I
with
knew
long
it?
Did you not even notice?
Did I see
literally-
him in long hair?
Yes.
Oh
I had
my
long
God.
hair whenever we did that snow patrol. It was like down.
Don't take notes. What are you doing?
I can't remember if
Don't.
that's going to the feedback. I can't remember
No,
if it was
I
down to
am,
my shoulders or
taking
down to the
myself
middle of my
off
back at this
duty.
point.
I thought you
In
were
case
putting
I hear a
something
bell
down.
ring.
I thought you were. I'm sorry. Sorry, Wade. What were you saying?
I said I can't remember if it was just down to my shoulders or like down the middle of my back at that point. I don't remember. It got pretty
Well,
long.
in my defense, I was more focused on what uh I needed to learn as a ranger recruit in the snow and such. Mm-hmm. More
So
than cosmetics.
you writing all this down in your feedback?
Yep.
Okay.
I ain't got no. Is there ranger feedback? Wait, is there ranger feedback?
There is
Just have
now.
a
Hold on.
separate one for you.
There is. No, there is.
Right, I am going to say night night before I fall over.
It's
Good night.
senior
You want help with that?
So, wait, I'm just too tired to take you on. But stay safe and
See you
I don't know what
tomorrow,
else to
brother.
say. Stay safe.
Sleep tight.
Sleep well.
Will do. I'll just say night to Helmet.
I'm gonna do the same. It's been a good one.
Good night.
Just
Yeah, sleep
sleep
well.
tight. No chit chat. Just okay. Yeah, that's fine. Good night, guys. I'm sorry I didn't.
Oh no! Don't go.
Notice.
I mean, I'm not.
think
I'm
there's
not
so much
going
to talk about.
I'm not going to
Right,
offer
I've
to
already
tackle
said
you to the
goodbye, so I'm
ground.
going. Take it
Get
easy.
out of
Stay
here.
safe.
Go to bed.
Okay, I go night night.
You two, get out of here. Go to
Yep,
bed.
I'm going. I'm going.
Get some sleep. All these sleepless rangers. Every single day.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
And I'd love for a tip to come in or something.
You know, I figure with as many people are around tonight, that some would come in eventually.
Oh, I think we're overdue for a couple.
Yeah. Oh, there's many people riding around.
They're all
maybe
gonna
that's the
flood
thing
in.
is there's enough people that are riding around now that there ain't gonna be anybody to be found because they'll all get found before they can call out. So, or they're riding around in groups. I don't know. Let me check.
Go fill my canteen.
Oh my lord.
What is that?
There's so many archive things.
Oh, did you not? Have you looked at that before?
No.
Oh goodness! When I got showed that, it blew my mind.
Disorganized by date.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure how it's organized exactly.
It looks like it is.
Well, there's some. Oh, I guess there's a couple things at the top that are pinned. So
Maybe.
but yeah, everything else it is organized by date, I guess. Oldest entry is from 1902, August 29th, 1902.
Hmm. I don't know if I gotta go use the outhouse.
All right.
Howdy. Give me a second, go. I'm gonna use the restroom. Oh. Second. Okay.
Running.
He's trying to get out of the rain.
Jesus.
The steps are wet.
It's raining.
You need help?
Do you want us to puddle on top of you?
No.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You'll escape this time.
Where's this recruit?
Callahan?
I think with Samantha in Blackwater, as far as I can
No,
tell.
they're on a patrol in New Austin now. They're getting herbs.
Oh.
Oh, okay. That's
Very
what
nice,
that was.
okay.
I see.
Freaking unlock the door. Hmm.
Is that a good or a bad?
It's something needs to happen.
Where is this recruit's?
Callahan?
It's pretty new, I'm pretty sure.
I don't. You know, I might be blind.
Boy. Ponchos. Who is that?
That's
Is that
Law.
Law?
The second horse.
Throws
is
me
Law,
off when
yeah.
Law wear ponchos.
We ought to go.
Throws me off when anyone wears poncho.
I say.
I mean,
We
it
ought to
doesn't.
go. We ought to go tell them. Like, you think you
I
can wear
just-
poncho in this town?
I mean, no. I see ponchos and immediately think New Austin.
Yeah.
Jesus,
yeah.
that fella just got ran over.
I did hear the name Vern as I was walking over there to get changed, so you know.
Don't know who that is. Apparently, Dead End
Apparently-
Gang are running 6 deep and Wallaby's wanted. Have you ever seen Wallaby before?
I have never seen. I don't know who Wallaby is.
You don't know who the Wallaby Kid is?
Why is there a local on the Telegram on the group?
Well, he is a very, very well-known criminal and
He also got
can be
local on the
very violent.
Gotcha.
The local where?
Yeah, I see
On
him.
the roof of the Telegram office.
But
That's
he
good
is,
to know. Thank you.
He, last time I saw him, he's a slender, like, build. Long blonde hair that covers his face, the bangs in his face, and then has this curly mustache. If you hear whistling in town, it's probably him.
Is he on our front porch?
Yeah.
Shit.
You caught me. Except my
I don't know.
mustache ain't curly.
I don't know if I'd say
That's-
Sue has a slender build though. He looks
I'm
pretty well
I was about to
built.
say I'm a pretty beefy boy.
Yeah, I mean, like
Stocky.
he's.
I like eating, so you know I'm not one to shy away from a meal.
Why does it seem everybody's riding?
Everybody's
I don't
riding
even know
through
what kind
here.
of horse that is.
Don't know.
That's nice, you know. People watching day. They can just keep on riding. I'll just keep on sitting here, keep on watching. They can stay over there. I'll stay over here. Everything will be great.
I'm still not seeing this. The only Callahan I see is Dale.
That's him.
Yeah, that's him.
Is it?
Yeah.
On the paperwork though, it says Connor. Unless is Dale the name that he goes by?
I don't know.
Oh, all right.
How long did it say Connor?
I would have.
Well, so it says on the patrol it says Connor Callahan. So I'm assuming maybe
That might
Dale
be.
might be his middle name or something, or
Yeah, that might be the name that he has in the registry.
okay, that'd be it.
I was going to say Dale Callahan is not in the registry.
Okay,
Yeah.
'cause that's on our paperwork. It says Dale. So All right, I was just a little confused. I was going, oh, I can't find this fella.
That's what he calls himself.
Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, he refers him like he introduces himself as Callahan.
Okay. Any relation to that Thomas fella?
I believe so.
Oh, okay. Just a coincidence of last names.
There's another recruit right there, I believe. I think that's a recruit. I think that's Jameson
Is
Ward. Yeah.
Oh.
That's Marion's brother.
Oh, all right. I think I
I've
met
never
him,
met
but
them.
he got introduced to me as Jay. That was it. Or no,
I'm
he
gonna
was.
go fill up
I
my
was
canteen.
told his name was Jay. Maybe he was introduced. I don't remember. I remember meeting Marion and then Yumi. Is that the other one?
Lumi.
Lumi, right? Lumi.
Mm-hmm.
I've only seen them a couple times. I guess they're too often in the snow, and I don't head up that ways too often. So. Did you see the Hal? Did you see the news that what Bear wrote about Manzanita?
No cuddling.
No, the other news.
No.
The one in the paperwork. He said that the about the of course the cougar print, but he also said that someone keeps putting up notes about true huntsmen, and he also said that we might need to start culling the black bear population in the northern parts of Tall Trees.
Yeah, I did see this actually.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna go ahead and maybe go over there a little bit later and do that. And well, yeah, not actively, but at least search around just a bit.
Hey, why? Why call them?
They're overpopulating. There's too many of them.
Mm.
Too many of what?
Black bears and tall trees.
Oh, but
I don't want to call black bears. They
I'm
don't do
sorry
anything.
that I've upset you, Hal. I really hope that I can mend this relationship that I have with you as a dear friend.
Oh no.
And that you're able to look past my shortcomings of the past.
Wait, what happened?
They knew me.
I don't like where this is going.
I understand.
Hal is a very capable young man, able to achieve any dream he puts his mind to.
Well, you know, I agree with that, but I also feel that the amount of sincerity that you're lacking is really just, it's hard not to notice.
Why did you have to say little mind?
Because I usually say little things, and then I realized that probably wouldn't come off very well. I'm also still very tired. I'm trying.
I didn't realize it was hard on you. Jesus.
Despise.
Despise.
I can't sit here, really. Yes, I can.
Oh, you did it.
Did this branch get moved? I don't remember being this close.
Do what now?
When I had my fainting spell, it looks like somebody came and moved it back.
Strange. Very strange.
I'm gonna go check telegrams. I'll be right back.
All right. Howdy there.
Ranger recruit Ward.
Oh, howdy there, Recruit Ward. You can come join us up here on the porch. Ain't much going on. But now that you're here, now we can put you to work. The roof needs sweeping. I'm just kidding. But we might actually organize a patrol. Actually, now that you're here, so. Yes, indeed. I think that might be what we do.
Might hang back on that. I'm waiting for, hoping Lucille wakes up soon.
All right. Well, I figure I'll give it probably about, 15, 20 minutes maybe. And if nothing happens, then I'll probably write something up and, do something. Better than just staying around. All right. But it'll probably be a shorter one. We'll probably just, like I said, we'll look around a bit somewhere. I'll figure it out. Look at a map here. What sort of you say your last name is Ward?
Yes.
I'll look at your paperwork a little bit. I'm a snoop on you.
Not just giving us a warning to be safe. Just, I guess, in general.
Yeah.
Things just feel off, she said.
Alright.
I don't know how to take that, but I'll...
I mean, she's always had that.
Cautious.
Yeah, she's always had that kind of instinct, I guess.
Adding to my list of things that we
Even when she was a ranger.
It's true.
I did help the deputies with a breach training before, but not ever a wellness check.
I think that'd probably be a little bit different than a wellness check.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit more aggressive, I think. Well, I mean, that's good. Yeah.
This is the Sands Cross Ranger Corps. Put your fucking hands up.
Yeah.
Move and you'll be unwell.
Did you say move and you will be unwell? How?
Yeah.
I love that.
Ooh, my goodness.
I just made myself laugh.
Oh, somebody's got to.
Mm-hmm. Good to see you, Jay.
Good to see you. How has Nadia been? I haven't seen her in a while.
She's been alright. She just telegrammed me that things feel off tonight, so just riding groups. Don't know what that means, but something to consider, I suppose. She's good other than that. Just deputy work is tiring.
I can only imagine. I mean, as a former criminal, I know the kind of shit that I caused, so
Fair enough.
yeah, I know how tiring dealing with that kind of stuff can be.
Yeah, I guess she's around now. She'll telegram me, but yeah, she's just busy all the time.
I feel like that's the life of a deputy, though. You stay pretty busy.
I do think I'm gonna go put my head down for the moment. Maybe I'll
All
be
right.
back later. Sorry, Jay, not running off on you, I promise.
I don't believe you in the slightest.
I think I'm gonna go off duty and head back to the ranch.
All right.
Stay safe and stay warm.
It only gets so cold.
Everybody's some context there, it sounds like.
What? What do you mean you're missing context?
I was talking about to wait.
Oh.
I don't think... I asked what that meant, Jay, to stay warm.
Oh, just stay warm.
No,
mean, I've still got the keys, but.
Oh well. I just telegrammed you.
What'd you say?
So I just telegrammed you.
Oh, is that why they're telling me that I've got something?
Well, I telegrammed you when I first woke up, and then I just telegrammed you again, saying that I was headed back to the ranch. I didn't know if you were awake and out somewhere.
Just coming straight from the ranch. Been busy?
No, you are the most interesting thing I've seen all night.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I have something planned. A date. If you wish to partake.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
When is this date?
As soon as you change if you want. I don't know if you want to wear that or not.
Oh, okay, so
No, I mean,
yeah, I'll go change.
yeah, it's up to you. What you want to wear. I figure you don't like wearing your ranger attire for not on duty. Yep, I'll be
Not
right here.
particularly. Okay.
Oh, God, I don't know a place to go.
How's it going?
Howdy.
Purple.
All right. Are you ready?
Ready?
All right. I need to step by the welcome center real quick.
Okay.
You look very beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
I got something for you. I want to say the name. Don't worry, it's not. It's not a crazy extravagant gift. Don't worry.
Soon as, would you buy me now?
Fine morning to you.
Close your eyes. All right, open them. Open your eyes.
Really?
You hold on to that for a second. I gotta grab something out of here.
Sumimasen, I think I have you mistaken. I am so terribly sorry. I gravely mistook you for someone I thought I knew and almost disturbed you in your private time. Gomenasai. I hope you can forgive me.
I forgive you. It's alright.
ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。
Yeah. How? How did you do that?
The lady that ran inside come out and jumped on him.
Good morning to you,
Oh.
sir.
I think she almost walked in while I was grabbing a path. Alright, we gotta go to Blackwater.
Okay.
You like the flowers?
I do.
Morning to you.
I wish I could say I had this planned all day, but it kind of started with the thought of going to Saint Denis to get flowers, and then I kind of had this idea. I figure we haven't went on a date in a while. Been working the last few days.
Nice change.
Mm-hmm. gotta go to the stables. You don't need to leave Titan there.
Okay.
You have no idea, do you?
No. I don't. Should I?
No, not necessarily. Something we haven't done before. Well, we've kind of done it before. That outfit kind of matches your horse.
Yes.
Yeah. The purple and white. You don't think so?
No, I just surprised because I didn't plan it. No, I try to plan on matching Tito, but Trigger, I just naturally
Yeah. It's your hair. Yeah, no, I was on duty for 4 hours and not a single tip came in.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. We'll cut through the back here once we get up here. Surprise, I'm buying you another horse. I'm just kidding, though. Just kidding.
Which one did I have to get rid of?
Trigger. No, just kidding. Wait, nope. I need this stuff off my horse. Give me a second. No. No.
Alright, let me check quickly.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Will I need my bow erect?
Nope.
Okay.
So,
This might be a little too big of a wagon, but I just want to make sure the seat was big enough for both of us. How'd you sleep?
That's alright. You?
Oh, I slept great.
Been doing a lot better lately.
Mm-hmm. Wonder why.
Particular reason?
Oh, there is a particular reason. Certain somebody that
I wish
brings
I'd
me
be
peace.
sarcastic.
Oh, Buzz wants to know if it'd be alright to put something in the general news congratulating us on our engagement. By the way, Buzz knows I told him earlier.
How'd that go?
He was very shocked. He didn't, he was like, you didn't even tell me y'all were dating. And I was like, did you seriously not know that? But like the whole Ranger Corps knew that and didn't feel the need to have to say it. And then he said
No,
congratulations.
I don't mind. Don't mind at all.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think she'd mind. I was like, I don't care. I don't think she would. And he's like, well, clear it with her first. I'm like, yeah, you're probably right. Probably should do that. I also told him he should ask you to see the ring.
I have to show him.
You know, it was actually, we said, me, Buzz, and Silas talked for a long time, just out in front of the lodge. It was actually a very pleasant time, actually.
Good.
He's, really excited for this horse racing event.
I'm hoping a lot of people will be.
I told him I'm almost done with all the details. I need to do estimate of some how much everything for the prizes is going to cost. Alright, now this is the part that I'm not quite sure about what I want to do yet. This is the only part of this plan that I wasn't 100% on yet. Quick question.
Okay.
Mountains or lake?
Mm. Yeah, mountains.
Mountains? Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Come on. Alright. Now, right now we have a good view of the mountains, but then the real idea is when it turns night, we have a good view of the sky so we can see the stars. Watch the stars.
Very solid, man.
It's a very solid plan.
Yep. I figured you'd want to hear that.
I didn't hear what you said.
I figured you wanted to hear that it was a very solid plan.
Oh. Well, thank you. That is good to know. I'm not sure of any of my plans until I do them.
It's the best part of about being spontaneous.
Mm-hmm.
You just sat around and talked the whole shift.
Oh yeah. That's why I went off duty and I was about to head back to the ranch until you showed up.
Good thing I wrote in when I did then.
Well, I mean, this was still the plan. I was just gonna go sit at the ranch and wait for you to wake up.
I mean, I was at the stables first, so you would have missed me. Unless you went that way for some reason.
I wouldn't have. I would have went the O and J-Lo route. Love you.
I love you too. Love you very much.
Always.
Always. Anything new in the news?
What?
Is there anything new in the general news? No.
Not. Try to think. I feel like there was something. Oh. I think Cayenne got kidnapped. Can't remember the full details of it though. Whoever did it though got arrested.
To ask who's kidnapping rangers now.
I can't remember.
Oh man.
Oh, did I just roll up on something?
Yeah, can I have a date here?
Oh, my bad.
Oh, you're good.
Oops.
Yeah, for the two people sitting in a wagon, what do you think's going on? Come on. Come on.
You are the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Really?
I want you to know that.
Thank you. The best thing's ever happened to me. Give me a good freaking angle, bro. I wish this freaking fog would clear so we can see the daggone stars. Bro. If we
It
don't
wouldn't be so bad if the moon wasn't there.
Yeah.
Or as bright.
So, I've mentioned it before. Do you want to take a trip to Gorman?
And look, never been.
You kind of see the stars on the left.
First the fog, now the rain.
Of course. It's really raining on my parade.
Doesn't matter to me though. What matters is I'm with you.
When would you want to go to Gorma?
I don't know, are you looking for something soon or?
I don't know. Figured we'd stay there for a good bit, though. Like a vacation. Not just something to go visit for a night.
First vacation sounds really nice.
First vacation since what?
And the vacation sounds really nice.
Oh.
Especially one with you.
Make me happy.
I try to do that every day.
Of course, why not add on?
No way.
If I make you half as happy as you make me, then I'll feel accomplished.
Hope we were equal in that regard. You do make me happy.
You know, whenever I came back from Saint Denis, Pugsley asked what I went to Saint Denis for, and I said to get flowers. And he obviously knew who they were for. And he's like, "Is there any reason? Any special? Is it a special day or something?" It's like, no, there's not. I want I want to keep doing that if I can. Not get you nice things on certain days, but just spur of the moment. I'm sure you woke up thinking you were going to go on duty, but I wanted to change things up.
I did think that. But this is a nice change.
Definitely could have got the smaller wagon.
All right.
I wanted to make sure you'd be able to sit next to me on the way over here, though.
Enjoy your warmth.
Mm.
Sit next to you and enjoy the warmth and the embrace and everything else.
Glad you haven't gotten tired of that.
Hope not.
I hope you don't get tired of it. It's always going to be something you can count on.
I ever get tired of it, just go ahead and take me out. Okay?
I don't think I could do that, but I appreciate the sentiment. Just know no matter what might be going on, all you ever have to do is walk up to me with your arms out, and the hug will be waiting for you.
Best hugs ever.
making it really hard to stay doing this date.
Yeah.
Yeah. This freaking wagon's glitching out, man.
What makes you say that?
You know what? Just giving you something to look forward to later.
Promise.
Guarantee.
I love you.
I love you. More and more of every second of every day. Still can't believe I'm lucky enough to call you mine.
Best start believing it.
I had a dream last night.
What?
Said I had a dream last night.
About what?
I woke up and heard laughing outside. So I got up and walked out of a room, out through the front door, and you were standing there leaning on the railing drinking coffee. And you were watching two kids running around playing. Those were the ones laughing. Felt real.
That telling me you want to?
Kids? Yeah. Of course. Not saying anytime in the near future. I mean, unless something happens, but I do.
Someday.
What'd you say?
Someday.
Yeah. Someday.
Think you could keep up with them?
Yeah. You're trying to say I'm old? I'm not that old.
We're like 3 against 1.
That's true. I'd really be in trouble if we had no girls, though.
Oh, very. But who knows? Two more of you, and I'd be in trouble.
Oh no, I don't think he would. I'd treat him to, first of all, be respectful to the parents, be respectful to women, teach them to be gentlemen.
If they turn out just like you, they'll be doing good.
Well, I mean, I'd hope they'd have 2 eyes, but
Didn't mean that.
oh, I know you didn't. I was just making a joke.
It was amusing. Terrible, but amusing.
I've thought about getting one of them fake eyes before. So you had to look at this eye patch. Although I think it'd be a little weird because only one eye would be moving.
An eye patch just makes you look more mysterious.
Hmm. Do you like the eye patch then?
Not that I'd choose an eye patch over 2 eyeballs, but you know.
Hmm.
What happened happened, but I still think you look good.
Well, I appreciate that. I try to look the best I can for you.
Sometimes you take it off at night anyway.
Yeah. What's uncomfortable? Last time I tried to sleep with it on and ended up sliding over my other eye, then I was really confused when I woke up. Because I wouldn't
I'm
have been
sorry.
able to see at all.
equivalent of just wake me up in the dark.
Wake you up in the dark?
If there's no light.
Yeah. I was making a joke that it would slide over to my good eye, and I obviously can't see out of my left one. Then if it slides over to my good eye, I can't see out of my right one either. That was the joke I was making. Guess it wasn't funny.
I just imagine you trying to navigate the house or anything with the pet.
Well, I don't think I'd even be trying to get up if I couldn't see. What do you say, we sit through this night, and then we'll head back to the ranch?
I'll agree to that.
Okay.
Besides, I'm too comfortable to move right now.
Same here. So, where does this rank compared to all of our other dates?
You gotta rank them now?
I mean, not seriously, but is this one of the better ones? I assume, obviously, the proposal is the top one.
Yes, obviously the proposal is top on the list.
Okay.
We've been to the Bacchus Bridge a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
Hunting out west.
Mm-hmm.
Just hunting in general.
That's the... It was the first time we kissed, wasn't it? Out west, in front of the waterfall.
I believe it was.
That was a good one. And there was the island, Flatiron Lake.
Yeah. Rock and Big Belly.
Right. Yeah. Our very first date. The boat ride through Calumet Ravine, even though he didn't know it was a date. Oh, look up.
I need so much of crystal clear, sparkling water.
You've never seen so much.
Almost like it needs to be a painting in an art gallery.
Mm-hmm. I think you need to be a painting in an art gallery.
I think people come see me.
Oh, yes, there would be. I bet you'd take it every day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at a painting.
Actually, I take that back.
Really?
Yeah, the painting wouldn't do you justice. It's impossible to get beauty like that onto canvas. Nobody is. Nobody has come up with any technique to capture such beauty yet.
Even photographs?
No, not even photographs. There's no camera in the world that could get a clear enough picture to do you justice. You're very cute when you blush, you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Paintbrush. There's no paintbrush. No paint. No canvas. Perfect enough. To be instruments to create the beauty you exhibit. Inside and out. And I truly mean that. The spirit, your beautiful spirit and soul, can never be replicated onto canvas or through any photograph. Nothing. And because of that, this right here, this heart, your heart, is something I'm always going to protect and cherish. Always. Because there is, and never will be, anybody like you. You're one of a kind. You're mine. All mine. I'm yours. And I love you.
I love you too. I still swear sometimes that you're too good for me.
That makes two of us. I know you're too good for me. But I lucked out anyways.
Just hope I live up to your expectations and more.
Darling, you already have. Whenever I first started getting to know you, I dreamed about what it would be like to be with you. And I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, it is better than any dream I could have thought of. Freaking wagon man.
So you dreamed about me being with you, and that happened. And you're dreaming about 2 kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I sure did.
You're too adorable. You know that.
No, I don't know that.
You are adorable, handsome. Mine.
What? Say that again. It's that last part.
Mine.
Yeah. I am yours.
I'm glad. Maybe not just glad. Maybe more happy and ecstatic.
Say that again.
I'm happy and I'm ecstatic that I'm yours and you're mine. Is that for?
Don't get too excited just yet. We still have to get all the way back to the ranch. Come on. How are you on food, by the way? You said you were low on food yesterday, right?
I'm good.
Hope I can steer this thing with one hand.
I think you'll do a good job.
I'm getting pretty good with my hands.
Oh, really?
That's all I've been told.
You know what? I'll give you that.
Why? Because it's true, or because you couldn't think of something to come back with?
I know I've said it before, so not like I can take it back. I don't want to take it back.
My jacket's under the seat if you need to put it on.
I'd say something, but I'm not going to. I'll let you figure it out.
I'm not that smart, so.
Come on.
No. No, but yeah, I don't get it. You have to tell me later.
Perhaps I will. Either that or you'll figure it out later.
This wagon don't go any faster.
You in a hurry?
A little bit. Forget this, we're getting through. You know, I was gonna wake up wondering why there's a wagon in his ranch.
Tell him you might take it hunting.
I hope so. I paid $50 for this thing. It's worth it though.
Was it?
Oh yeah. It was a good date. I had fun.
I enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it.
It's about to get better here in a minute.
After I find a vase for these roses.
I can wait.
Okay.
You mind getting the door for me?
Taking it down today.